live. We are live. Welcome to College Football's Peek Around the Corner with your host, Greg Flugar. We cover everything in college football because we love everything in college football. And if you do as well, please subscribe to our channel. Smash the like button if you like our content. If you don't, hit the thumbs down button. If you want to donate to this Rebel Outpost college football channel, help us keep the lights on, hit the $ where you make a comment, and I'll get to your super chat as quick as I possibly can. PATC community, do not be afraid to be a legend with your comments in the chat room, with your phone calls. Later in the show, we are heading towards week 12. Week 12 of the college football season. We made our predictions. I think it was yesterday. Tonight, we're going to be, I don't know what we're going to be doing. To be honest with you, I don't know how this is going to go. I've got no clue. We're going to be watching in the next 20-some minutes the Colorado State Rams versus the Wyoming Cowboys. I'm going to have the phone lines open. I know a lot of you don't have CBS Sports Network. So we are basically going to open up the phone lines here real quick. Give us a call. Talk about anything you want to talk about in college football. At 9 o'clock Eastern Time, Washington and UCLA. The Huskies versus the Bruins. The first time ever those two teams play as a Big Ten conference game. And then the third part of this triple watch party, Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. I have no idea when this fight is going to begin. I have no idea. I don't know if it's going to start at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 10 o'clock Eastern Time, 11 o'clock Eastern Time. But we're going to be watching Washington, UCLA. We're going to be talking college football. And then when it comes on, I think it's going to be 8 rounds, 2-minute rounds, 14-ounce gloves. And I'm interested to hear what you guys got to say about it. Before I give you my very strong opinion on what I think is going to happen. MBM is in the house. Daniel Montcastle, Mr. Hoosier. What time is the main card? No idea. Not a clue. I got Netflix up here on the primary monitor. It looks like there's 4 fights, 4 of them. Goyat versus Nunes. They just listed 4 fights. I don't know if it's more than 4 fights. Maybe it's 4 fights on the upper main card. I have no idea. Jeff Olson, the Evil Badger, shaking things up. A plethora of coverage. I had so many people ask me, are you going to do the fight? We do college football here. Well, there's a couple college football games going on that we're going to be watching and talking college football. And if the fight happens to start, if Tyson and Jake Paul show up, if they get into the middle of the ring, we'll watch it, we'll cover it. You guys put down your comments in real time. I'm going to ask you what you guys think. What is going to happen in that fight and in these football games here in a little bit. Daniel says there's 10 fights on the schedule. Well, if there's 10 fights, then we might not be here when the Tyson fight starts. Hummus here. Good evening, Greg and PATC community. Tyson was absolutely unbeatable 40 years ago, not tonight. Again, I'm holding back on my opinion. I'm trying to hold back on my strongly held opinion. I used to be a pretty big fight fan back in the day. It goes way back. It goes all the way back to Muhammad Ali. Leon Spinks 2 in New Orleans, 1978. My family was watching that fight. I was 10 years old. Ali, the old Ali, dancing, poking. Leon Spinks then covering him up. Leon Spinks got him the first time because Ali was getting old. But the second time, Ali got Leon Spinks. I was a big fight fan. Not anymore. I'm going to give you my opinion here in a little bit after I put out the poll. I want to see what you guys think. Jose is in the house. Hey, Greg, have you changed your prediction on what P4 school will be first to open up? I'm not going to change my prediction. But I understand why you're asking the question. I got a question for you, Grant. How serious is the smoke at Arizona? I've seen the reports. I've heard that Arizona, some of the boosters have put forth a commitment for change. It sounds like the money is going to be there. Head coach Brent Brennan might not be long for the job. He's in his first year. I know there was a lot of complaints about the head coach before even kickoff of the first game. He did not make himself available to boosters, to the press, to the fans, to the high school coaches, to recruits, on and on and on and on and on. You can't do that as a power conference head coach, a head coach of a power conference school. Grant, you let me know if it's going to be Coach Brennan gone before Mac Brown. Let me know. LSU, Ryan Brooks is in the house. I shared your YouTube video on Blue Sky. Thank you, Daniel Montcastle. I do appreciate it. Bo Weevil, Mr. Clemson, beat those Pittsburgh Panthers. Let's go. MBM, Holyfield was the last Tyson fight I watched. Kind of crazy to watch him fight again. Blue Sky isn't showing the thumbnail view. That's okay. I don't have much of a thumbnail view. I don't really do good on visuals, as you guys. This show goes on content. I'm not good at marketing, branding, and all that other stuff. I will never be any good at it. Ryan Brooks says he's not sure if it goes 8 rounds. The evil Badger Jeff Olson. Paul is a fraud. Tyson is still going to kick his butt. Daniel Montcastle says Tyson in round 1. Preston from Greensboro. They probably have some dark fights lined up. That's correct. If the first 3 fights go like this, they can put in another fight not scheduled on the main card to give Tyson and Paul some more time. Montcastle, yes, Greg. 5 fights, 10 opponents. The undercards are fighting now. The main card is at 8. I think that's 8 Eastern time, right? 7 o'clock Central. So if there's 4 fights, 7 o'clock, we could be seeing a Tyson and Paul fight. Halftime of Washington, of UCLA Washington game. Matt Brown may fight Tyson next month. Grant, here is how serious. Our athletic director has somehow managed the full buyout. Sounds like some agents and national reporters are expecting it to open up. Closing them off the fans, from the fans, was a huge mistake. If he loses tonight, that should be enough to fire him. Grant says Tyson. Is there anyone not rooting for Tyson? All right. We're going to do a poll. There's not many viewers for this live show, this triple watch party, but we're going to ask the question anyways. Does Mike Tyson leave the ring victorious? Yes, you believe Mike Tyson is going to win by knockout or decision. No, you believe Jake Paul is going to win by knockout or decision. The voting begins now. Numbskull News. Tyson knocked out. Tyson by a knockout or he loses. The poll is up. Does Mike Tyson leave the ring victorious? MBM, Tyson wins by decision. Daniel Montecastle says yes. Daniel's not seeing the poll. We do have 11 votes on it. 11 votes on it. Numbskull News, Iron Mike forever. I'm gonna give another good 30 seconds. 30 seconds to vote. Does Mike Tyson leave the ring victorious? Skaven, yes, yes. Hello, Matt Gopher. Go Big Red. Thanks for coming on in. Skaven, yes, yes. You got a big game tomorrow. Dana Holgerson, the offensive coordinator. Good move by Matt Rule. I don't know how much it's going to help. I don't like that offensive line, that experienced old offensive line. Good thing they're leaving. A good thing Nebraska's getting a new offensive line next year. Skaven, yes, yes. Click on and out of chat and you'll be able to see the poll. Daniel Montcastle, it just showed up. Skaven, yes, yes. It can't be any worse. Okay. 5 more seconds on the vote. And then I'm going to give you my opinion. Strongly held opinion on this fight. And then we're going to be talking some college football. UCLA, Washington, Colorado State versus Wyoming. Colorado State still has a shot to get to the Mountain West Conference Championship game. They're undefeated right now in the Mountain West Conference. And the rest of their schedule is doable. The Colorado State Rams looking to upset, to get in there and play spoiler and defeat the Boise State in the Mountain West Conference Championship game. They're going to be kicking off in 10 minutes against Wyoming Cowboys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 69% of you says yes. Then Mike Tyson will win. Well, I haven't said anything on this live on Peek Around the Corner. I did mention what I thought was going to happen in this fight back in March. If you look at my Twitter account in March, because the fight was supposed to be a lot earlier in the year, I had a strong opinion then. I still have the strong opinion now. And pretty much everybody disagreed with me on Twitter then. And now pretty much everybody in the chat room is going to disagree with me now. Mike Tyson has very little chance of winning this fight. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on, you geniuses. Come on. Montcastle, Vegas has Paul as a slight favorite, but the late money is coming in for Tyson. Well, okay. First of all, yes. Iron Mike quit 20 years ago, folks. When Iron Mike was 38 years old, I watched the fight. He went up against the big stiff McBride, the Irish fighter. I don't remember his first name. I want to say Bake McBride, but that was an outfielder for the Philadelphia Phillies in the 70s. But it was McBride. McBride didn't do anything. He couldn't do anything. He just stood in the middle of the ring. Tyson threw some punches. McBride threw some punches. Didn't really hurt. He had no skills. He was just a big goof. And Mike Tyson quit on his stool. Does Jake Paul even know how to box? I don't know. I've watched a little bit of him on tape, highlights. Tyson, look, guys, Father Time is undefeated. Number one, Tyson, he had already become a shot fighter at age 38. 20 years later, he's going back in the ring. That's number one. Number two, they're using 14-ounce gloves. 14-ounce gloves. They're not using 8-ounce gloves. They're not using 10-ounce gloves. They're not using 12-ounce gloves. I can see, I can just see the negotiations on this fight, right? The Tyson people say 2-minute rounds. Jake Paul's people say 14-ounce gloves. Tyson, if he's going to knock out Jake Paul, the 58-year-old Mike Tyson, if he's going to knock out Jake Paul, it's got to be early in round one. 14-ounce gloves, man, you got to hit somebody with 14-ounce gloves to knock him out. I don't care how much more skill Mike Tyson has, even at age 58. Even with 2-minute rounds, he ain't lasting. He ain't lasting. That's why I've got, who's this guy? Jake Paul. I don't care if he's a tomato can. Tyson could not beat a tomato can 20 years ago. You can't do it. Opie, there's no way a 6-year-old defeats someone 40 and under. There's no way. You don't have the lungs. The lungs go, guys. The lungs, they go. They're done. And when the lungs go, your legs go. Tyson ain't going to have legs after the first. Ryan Brooks, he's not as good as he once was, but he's as good as he ever was. Daniel Modcastle, Netflix is showing us how they could show college football games. Imagine a playoff game in this spot. Absolutely correct. Absolutely. Maybe the fix is in. Well, maybe. Maybe. Paul is a wannabe. Greensboro, exactly. 14-ounce gloves. It's a pillow fight. The Big Ten and the SEC schedule alliance games could go here. I don't think so. I think Fox, if that ever happens, I think Fox and ESPN are going to pay up the money to make sure they control those non-conference games. Bo, remember George Foreman? Yes, I do remember George Foreman. I won a play on that exact fight. I think I got 10-1, 11-1. George Foreman versus Mike Moore. And Michael Moore had an easy fight about to the 8th round. And then George Foreman started hitting him in the belly. George Foreman started getting closer. And then the 10th round, George Foreman put Michael Moore down. Put Michael Moore down and out. I remember that fight. But George Foreman was in his, how old was he? 43, 44, 45? George Foreman had fought for, 18 months? Warm-up fights? He had fought a lot. He'd been training for a long period of time. This Tyson is no George Foreman. In my opinion, he was a shot fighter 20 years ago. I don't see it, guys. I do not see it. I do not see it. We shall see. Anyways, who knows when the fight's going to start? Hopefully our live program will still be going on. I'm going to open up the phone lines right now. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm right. Talk about Washington and UCLA. UCLA wins this game. They're 5-5. And they'll be one game away from bowl eligibility. If Washington wins this game, Washington does become bowl eligible. Give me a call, 763-260-1333. What's the number again? 763-260-1333. George Foreman was 45 against 26-year-old Moore. And then what did Foreman do after that fight? He fought another big stiff. I forget what the guy's name is. They went 12 rounds and George Foreman lost a decision. He lost the belt to an absolute stiff who could not successfully defend the title. If George Foreman can knock out Jake Paul in the first round with 14-ounce gloves, then I am once again Greg the Cooler. But I'm going to bet against it. I am going to bet against it. Let me know, 763-260-1333 Wyoming. 2-7, 2-3 versus Colorado State. 4-0 in the conference, 6-3 overall. The Rams, the Colorado State Rams, have a shot to get to the Mountain West Conference Championship game. And in about an hour from now, we're going to be watching UCLA in Washington. Triple header. We're just going to have fun. We're not going to be too serious about any of these games. We're just talking. We're getting ready for tomorrow's games. Let's take a look at the schedule. Week 12. Week 12 games. Again, Wyoming, Colorado State. North Texas, UTSA, UCLA, Washington. Again, a victory for the Huskies. They become bowl eligible. The Bruins have won 3 in a row. 3 Big Ten games victorious. Now they're 3-4 in the Big Ten. Can they keep it up? Can they beat the Huskies on the road? And then we got Houston and Arizona. A lot of smoke. And there's probably a lot of fire. Brent Brennan, the first-year head coach of Arizona, he is on the hot seat. Reports are coming in. Arizona's about to make a move. And you got Willie Fritz, who's also a first-year head coach for the Cougars. Willie Fritz. And look what Houston is doing. 3-3 in the Big 12. And they were predicted to come in last in the conference. By most. Not Arizona. Houston. Willie Fritz is not on the hot seat. Quite the opposite. If Houston defeats Arizona tonight, we might be having a change at Arizona. And if we do, who do you think is going to be on Arizona's hot board? What candidates do you think is going to show up on the Arizona Wildcats hot board? Let me know in the chat room or with the phone calls. The phone line is open, 763-260-1333. The Buckeyes versus Northwestern. Texas versus Arkansas. Both noon games, noon Eastern. Utah, Colorado, again, another noon Eastern game. Clemson, Pittsburgh, again, another noon Eastern game. So the noon Eastern, the Chalks should come through with a victory, right? Ohio State should win comfortably. The Longhorns should win kind of comfortably. Colorado at home shouldn't have any problems. Clemson, Pittsburgh, Tulane versus Navy. A big American Athletic Conference game. Tulane 6-0 in the American. They've got their eye on Army. It's probably going to be a Tulane versus Army American Athletic Conference Championship game. Colorado State starts with the ball. The Rambling Rams starts with the ball about 4 yards, 2nd and 5. Liberty, Massachusetts. Louisiana Tech, Western Kentucky. Auburn plays Monroe. Kentucky plays Murray State. Alabama, Mercer. Boy, I hate it when the SEC does that. Temple, Florida Atlantic. Michigan State, Illinois. 2:30 Eastern Time. Syracuse, California. California trying to become bowl eligible. A big run by Colorado State. A big run by Colorado State all the way down to Wyoming's 31-yard line. Sam Houston having a fantastic year in Conference USA versus Kennesaw State, Hawaii, Utah State, Penn State, Purdue. The Nittany Lions catching a lot of flack. Virginia, Notre Dame. Notre Dame should not have any problems this game. Notre Dame next Saturday. The Irish versus Army. Woo! Boston College, SMU, 5-0 in the ACC. They haven't lost in conference. That's a big game. 3:30 Eastern Time, ESPN. Louisville, Stanford, LSU, Florida, Oregon State Air Force, South Florida, Charlotte, Nebraska, USC. Nebraska is one. Colorado State is just moving the ball. Holy smokes. Moreau, the running back, another first down for the Rams. Nebraska trying to become bowl eligible for the first time since 2016. You don't think this game is not important to the Cornhuskers? You don't think this game is not important to Lincoln Riley? Holy smokes. 4 o'clock Eastern. The Cornhuskers versus the Trojans. Here is a sneaky important game. The Mountaineers, West Virginia, are still mathematically alive to get to the Big 12 championship game. They just so happen to be playing Baylor Bears, who are hot, who are playing great football. It should be a great game. Baylor is favored in that game. Troy, George Southern, James Madison, Old Dominion, Sun Belt game. Missouri, South Carolina. Wow. South Carolina is ranked 21st in the country. 21st in the country. Shane Beamer having a fantastic season. Missouri, touchdown. Colorado State, touchdown. The Rams. Boy, they look good on that first drive. Holy smokes. This is probably going to be a blowout. Probably going to be a blowout. Colorado State has yet to lose a Mountain West Conference game. Boise State, you better buckle up. You better buckle up. Missouri is 3-2 in conference play. 7-2. But again, they've had to go to Drew Pine, the quarterback. Brady Cook has been injured throughout the season. Arkansas State, Georgia State, Rutgers, Maryland. Rutgers looking to become bowl eligible with the victory over the Terrapins. Boise State, San Jose State, Arizona State, Kansas State. That's a big Big 12 game. The Sun Devils are 4-2. The Wildcats are 4-2 in the Big 12. That is a big game. Both 7-2. And all reports show Cam Scattaboo is ready to play. South Alabama, Louisiana, Southern Miss, Texas State, Oregon, the number 1 team in the land, going to Madison against the Badgers. Tennessee, Georgia. Holy smokes. Nico, I'm going to guess he's not playing tomorrow. Georgia is missing their star running back, ETN. He's not going to play tomorrow. Some offensive firepower is being left off the field. Both these programs need to win this game, especially Georgia. Tennessee, Georgia, that's a monster of a game. That is probably going to be the PATC Watch Party game for tomorrow. I might do another one, but right now that looks to be it. New Mexico State, Texas A&M, Wake Forest, North Carolina, Cincinnati, Iowa State, UAB, Memphis, Washington State, New Mexico. Kansas, BYU. We talked about this game yesterday. BYU undefeated. Favored by 2.5 in Vegas. Kansas has gotten their feet under them. They are on a roll. This is going to be a great game. A great game. Can the Cougars pull out their 10th win of the season? San Diego State, UNLV. So those are the games pretty much for tomorrow. Again, thanks for joining us here. Watch Party. Watch Party. Grant, I'm going for UCLA. Stephen McNeely is in the house. I say Tyson quite literally has a puncher's chance. Preston from Greensboro, don't get me wrong, I want Tyson to win, but I am with Greg the Gold tonight. Greg the Gold. 5 gold star lock. Take the man who is not 58 years old. Boo! Watch Tyson knocks his socks off. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. Let's go. Greg the Gold. When have I ever failed you guys? When have you ever known me to be absolutely wrong? It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. What's his name again? What? Jake Paul? Jake Paul. Jake Paul? Yeah, Jake Paul. Jake Paul's gonna win! That's the name, right? Let me check my notes. Jake Paul versus a 58-year-old. 58-year-old lungs. 58-year-old legs. 58-year-old neck, chin, eyes. Oh, I think you guys get the point. So Greg the Gold is picking Paul. What is the PATC community picking? We did have a vote on it. 69% to 31% picked the 58-year-old Mike Tyson. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Preston from Greensboro. This fight could be the tiebreaker. This fight could be the tiebreaker if the Gold and PATC community, the genius, if they tie. Right now, my record is 49-69 against the spread. 49-69. You geniuses are 48-70. And the way you guys picked this week, your cheese, your collective cheese has slipped off your collective cracker. Your cheese have slipped off your cracker. B-Bean, 49-69 is horrible. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm embarrassed. I'm ashamed. I'm embarrassed. It's why I have been reelected mayor of Loserville City. But tonight, that's a lock. Come on, guys. Come on. Now maybe we have a generational. Maybe the younger people in the PATC community who have watched YouTube, who watch highlights, who've read about Mike Tyson, who saw what incredible maybe the younger people here believe that Mike Tyson is going to knock the head off of Jake Paul. I keep forgetting the guy's name, Jake Paul. But the older people, the older guys in the chat room, Father Time waits for nobody. Father Time is undefeated. And I'm going to say something here. It is 8 rounds. Thank you, Preston from Greensboro. Thank you for your incredible generosity, helping us keep the lights on. Thank you with the incredible donation. It makes it so we can come on and do things like this to have some fun. Thank you so very much. Look, okay, so Jeff Olson. Paul is a YouTuber, not a fighter. Jose, does anybody know how many rounds the fight is scheduled for? I've heard it's 8 rounds. 2-minute rounds, not 3 minutes, 2-minute rounds with a 14-ounce gloves. Jeff Olson, a good friend of mine, I'm going to say something that's going to get a whole lot of people mad at me. But I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to say it. I was a huge fight fan. Huge fight fan. And I used to go to the library. Back in the day, we did not have YouTube. We did not have iPhones. We didn't have any of this stuff. I would go rent film. They would have film that you could rent, whatever. Go check out from the library. Old fights. Willie Pep. Sugar Ray Robinson. I used to, and then we had a film projector, a small film projector, silver one. I'd be in the basement. The film would play up against the white wall, and I'd watch these fights. So I was a massive fight fan. Massive. Before the generation of George Foreman coming back, Lennox Lewis, Mike Tyson, Holyfield. There is something about Mike Tyson. I don't consider Mike Tyson one of the greatest of all time. He's one of the greatest attractions of all time. But I don't think he's one of the greatest of all time. The reason being is he is the one fighter of that generation, the generation before that, and the generation before that. He was the one heavyweight champion that never, ever, 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 ever got knocked down and came back to win a fight. Once things started going pear-shaped for Mike Tyson, he never came back. Never. Never. Ali did it. Joe Frazier did it. All of them had done it. All of them. All of them. Every heavyweight champion. Go way, way, way back. Mike Tyson could never turn a fight around. Look at Mike Tyson. Watch Tyson versus Lennox Lewis. Once Lennox Lewis showed dominance with his jab. Tyson, he knew he didn't have an answer. He folded. When Tyson could not hurt McBride because Tyson was a shot fighter, he quit on his stool. In Japan, Buster Douglas, Japan. I watched that fight live. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, something like that. Buster Douglas hit him, was winning that fight. Tyson caught him with an uppercut. Douglas went down, but then Douglas reestablished. But when Tyson went down for the first time, he got up, it was over. Eventually he got knocked out. Tyson could never, ever turn a fight around. All the greats did it. Holyfield, Tyson ended with an ear bite. Tyson could not change that fight. Tyson was the overwhelming favorite to beat Evander Holyfield. Holyfield confused him. He got off first, and then he would tie Tyson up. Then Holyfield would get off first, hit him a couple times, and then tie Tyson up. Over and over again. Tyson was confused. He had nothing left. He had no answers. He bit the ear of Holyfield. Tyson is 58 years old. 58. If he doesn't get a first round knockout using 14-ounce gloves, he's probably going to bite the nose off of Paul. I don't see it the way you got the majority of what you guys see. I'm not seeing it. And again, if Tyson knocks Paul out, or if Tyson wins this fight, we're going to have another classic Greg the Cooler moment. But it ain't happening. It ain't. Tyson said 58 is the new 38. Maybe up in here, but not in here. Not with the lungs, not with the legs, not with the heart. The fight will be a tie to guaranteed $100 million rematch. Boy, I don't want to make everybody depressed. I mean, you know what? I'm probably wrong. I'm always wrong. Give me a call, 763-260-1333. Give me a call. Talk about college football, 763-260-1333. The first fight has started. Goyat versus Nunes. Netflix. If this goes good for Netflix, and of course they're getting into the NFL space, could college football be that far behind? Probably not. There's so much money. There is so much money on the table that wants to get into college football. I think there's going to be private equity coming into college football in 2025, and they're going to have relationships, contacts, or built-in ownership from those of the streaming world, of those of Amazon, of those of Netflix, of those of Google, YouTube, whatever. YouTube is Google. What other big giants I'm missing out there? It's coming in. That money on the table, it's coming in. I don't know how it's going to come in. I don't know what level it's coming in, but it's coming in. You know, on Tuesday here at Peek Around the Corner, we did a live show talking about how North Carolina shall lead the way, or they will lead the way. Since that live show, I've had people reach out to me, people that different walks of life when it comes to the college football world, and they're all saying, yep, we don't know how North Carolina's going to do it. We don't know. I mean, that whole dissolution, that could be the last resort, but we know they've talked about it in the past. We know there's been this Bubba Cunningham isn't who I thought he was. He is well out in front of this. Where exactly what Bubba Cunningham does, exactly what the University of North Carolina Chapel Hill does, I cannot sit here and tell you. I can't. Maybe they get everybody in the ACC involved, or maybe they call the Big 12 and get some sort of deal between the Big 12 and the ACC, or maybe they just do what they tried to do a couple years ago and dissolve the conference and then get that money in. Whatever it is, North Carolina is all in some way. Somehow, they're all in with private equity. They're all in with private equity. They're all in on private equity. And not just the money, but the connections. Netflix could be one of those connections. We don't know. We just don't know. Maybe North Carolina doesn't even know yet. But man, they're not sitting. North Carolina's not just sitting around. Wyoming's got the football down 7. Colorado State 7, Wyoming 0. A big game for Colorado State Rams. Trying to remain undefeated. North Carolina's just not sitting around. They're not. And of course, not even, okay, allegedly. Of course, we did a live show on Tuesday. Dennis Dodd drops an article yesterday. And who's in that article? Bubba Cunningham. Talking about how disappointed he is in the Big Ten and the SEC for not going to these meetings that are scheduled in December. Talking about these Super Leagues. Bubba Cunningham says he's disappointed they won't even come and talk. Bubba Cunningham says he's frustrated. Bubba Cunningham, and this is the most important part of it, Bubba Cunningham gave the okay for Dennis Dodd, for CBS, to put his name in that article. It wasn't anonymous sources. It was Bubba Cunningham. On Tuesday, we at Peek Around the Corner told you all eyes on Bubba Cunningham. 2 days later, he's in the bleeping CBS article. I'm telling you, Bubba Cunningham, we cannot promise you a rose garden of what is going to happen. But if you're sitting there in 2025 thinking that we're just going to keep churning the way it is and nobody else is... Nico is starting for Tennessee. Thank you, Steven. When private equity enters college football, will that result in more fixed games? I don't think so. Bean. I think we're going to have the same exact fixed games with Netflix that we do now. In other words, any game that has the Gophers in it, it's going to be a fixed game. Greg, you're 49-69. I'm picking Tyson. Go ahead. Go ahead. You've got total freedom. Total freedom, Bean. Total freedom. Total freedom. Bubba's going through the steps. Now, that is one theory out there. Now, this is not being talked about anywhere, right? Only on this YouTube channel. This Bubba Cunningham thing. Kind of like we were the only ones that talked about the Big Ten once again pushing the four automatic qualifiers and football games being played on untraditional dates and the possibility of a college football flex weekend, semifinal conference games among these conferences. And now people are talking about it. In 2025, articles are going to be written. What is Bubba Cunningham doing? What is North Carolina doing? Wait for it. Wait for it. I know, Preston from Greensboro. I get it. I get it. Buckle up. Brace for impact. I don't know what they're going to end up doing, but Jeff Morgan, Mountaineer, is in the house. Evening PATC. Jeff Morgan, he agrees with me. Jeff has got to agree with me. He knows that a 58-year-old Mike Tyson does not have a shot tonight. Per Trey Biddy, 247 Hog Sports writer, Arkansas, Sam Pittman, will return next season unless he loses the cupcake game and doesn't make a bowl game. Yeah, I think Sam Pittman's coming back next year. I think pretty much everybody is coming back next year. Jeff Morgan does agree. Jeff Morgan does agree. Nick Kelsel, you bet. Now give me a call here. 763-260-1333. Goyat versus Nunez. The first fight on the main card. Colorado State 7. Wyoming 0. And here comes the Buffalo Rams. I can't call them Buffaloes. Holy smokes, I'd get yelled at. The Rams, big run. Big run.
Call from
Jose, fight on.
Jose, fight on. Mr. Trojan, I got a couple questions for you. One, do you agree with Greg the Gold that Tyson has no shot tonight? Number 2, USC Nebraska. It's a tricky, important game for both programs this Saturday. What do you think is going to happen? Both Tyson, Paul, Nebraska, USC. The floor is yours. Thanks for calling.
Well, with Tyson, Paul, I had my hopes up that Tyson had a puncher's chance to win, but you just pounded it into the ground through your 3-fight analysis and bringing me back to reality and realizing that a 58-year-old more than likely will not be able to last more than 3-4 rounds tops, and certainly not 8 rounds. So obviously, if it goes the distance, Jake or Jack's going to win it.
Yeah, we don't even know the guy's name, but yet we're predicting this game, this match, like we've got confidence. Go ahead.
Right. Right. So Tyson already doesn't have the distance element. It goes to decision. He's losing. And so the only chance he's got that I had in my mind until you popped that, burst that bubble with the 14-ounce gloves was that he could land one solid uppercut or maybe a hook when Paul isn't paying attention. But with those 14-ounce gloves, that opportunity, I think, has gone by the wayside. So,
yeah, I think so.
You've convinced me. It's Paul. It's going to be Paul. I don't see, because with fights, I always play it through, run it through my mind, all the possible outcomes, and I don't see any outcome that in the end Tyson comes out victorious. Unfortunately,
it is pretty scary to agree with me, though, right? I mean,
yeah, it is.
It's not a good. It's not a good position to be at, really.
I had to pinch myself. and then as far as the Trojans, we're gonna run ramshot all over the Cornhuskers. They have no film on us, so the Bruins and the Irish will have some film on us after this game.
Yeah.
But Nebraska's not going to know what hit them, and they're not going to have a chance.
You are expecting the quarterback to run for over 100 yards?
No. I'm not predicting that. I am predicting that he will catch them sleeping. We're going to feed him. We're going to feed him Woody Marks. We're going to feed him Woody Marks some more. And then when we see the opportunity, when Jaden sees the opportunity, he'll take advantage of it. But it's going to be the Woody Marks show until Nebraska starts overcommitting, and then we're going to make them pay.
Beautiful. Interesting game. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the call.
Yeah. And I did have a quick question. When I was hearing about, Bubba Cunningham, and it would make, and then listening to the Big Mafia, 12 show with Bomber, and Wild Ute, it would make the most sense, because look, these are the variables, the known variables at this time is the Big 12 and the ACC need more money. There's big private equity out there that has money.
Yeah.
That private equity needs inventory. The Big 12 and the ACC combined can furnish that inventory. The ACC and the Big 12 have the best basketball content. While their football content is not on par, necessarily with the Big or the SEC, they've got the basketball content and then very exciting football content. Would it not make sense if they just joined forces, the Big 12 and the ACC? I don't know how the Big 12 could get out of their contract with the private equity buyout, their ESPN, Fox contract, to free the Big 12 so they could join forces with the ACC. And then, not just the streaming, but CW, TNT, TBS, they could, linear format, they could show games along with the streaming parrot and have the Big 12 and ACC content in there. I mean, that would just make the most sense if I was in, Phillips and Yormark's shoes. I'd be like, look, we need money. They've got money. They can give us a platform to show our games, because right now ABC and ESPN has become the SEC show. So you need to get out there. You need recruits to see your product. So it just makes sense. That's what popped into my mind. I was like, this is clear as day. Why don't they take that opportunity? It's available if they could break out of their current ESPN Fox contract.
Yeah, I don't. I understand it. It's right now. Brett Yormark is having a go at trying to get everybody on board in regards to a private equity plan to help the institutions out with getting cash in quickly, so they don't have problems meeting their goals of fulfilling their cap duties and everything else. He also wants to, Brett Yormark also wants to expand into the Northeast. I don't think Brett Yormark wants to trifle with his relationship with Fox and ESPN.
Right.
That relationship that he built, made it so the Big 12 thrived, survived, and the Pac-12 did not. Brett Yormark has an advantage over the ACC in that he has somewhat of a unified conference. If he can get everybody on board, I know he's got ideas with private equity. The ACC, it doesn't sound like they would get everybody on board to do a private equity deal because, you got two schools suing the conference. But maybe, I don't know if you can completely rule that out. But the thing is, the dissolution theory is a crazy idea It's never been done. We know they've talked about it at least once. Really, North Carolina has talked about it twice that we know of. Internally, because we got the FOIA request, we know what they said internally on June 30th, 2022. And of course, they had those subgroups and the group of the Magnificent Seven that talked about it, among other options. We've been told that they're talking about it again as an option. It's a crazy option. But if you put that crazy option of dissolution theory up against all their other options, suddenly it isn't as crazy as it sounds. Because what other option does North Carolina have? If they can't do what the Big 12 can do and get everybody on board, now the Big 12 hasn't done it yet, but at least they have a shot at getting everybody on board, do the private equity. North Carolina is sitting there going, my goodness, everybody has a shot at the money at the table except for us, because we can't get it. Florida State and Clemson probably are not going to agree, Jose, with a private equity deal with this current ACC conference, right?
Right.
So now North Carolina's option is dissolution. I don't know if that's going to happen. We have been told that they're talking about it. Anytime someone brings up a merger idea, I also put that up with the crazy option. That's as crazy as the dissolution option. But, Jose, you might be onto something, because something crazy is going to happen. Something like there are desperate people. Like Bubba Cunningham put his name, he sponsored this Super League idea. That's crazy. Right?
Yeah, that's wild.
But he did it. And he's in the open saying he's frustrated. He's angry that the other Big Ten and SEC are not involved. It's all crazy. So we're looking at a bunch of people who I think are getting desperate, who are about to be triggered into doing something, desperation. So the idea of a possible merge, some working together, as crazy as it sounds, as much as I would poo-poo it, I can't go all the way and poo-poo it, because I think 2025, we are entering crazy times. Crazy times. Mm-hmm. Something is going to pop. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, desperate times calls for desperate measures, and you never know what they're thinking unless you're in their shoes. A cornered animal is at its most dangerous phase. It's either flee or fight, and I don't see North Carolina fleeing. They're gonna fight tooth and nail to get what they feel they deserve, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
But thank you, Go for Godfather, for going live. Much appreciated. Gonna enjoy the fights. You have a good night.
You bet. Appreciate it, Jose. Thank you. Whoops.
Thank you.
Whoops. I did not mean that, Jose. There you go. Great call by Jose. Bubba needs to go away. Ron does not like what, and Grant says I'd be okay with that. I think Grant said okay about a possible merger between the Big 12 and the ACC. Goyat versus Nunes. The first fight is about over. It's in the 6th round of a 6-round fight. Colorado State 14, Wyoming 0. Ron, no Super League. No Super League. Okay. Let's see what's being said here. Purdue versus Alabama basketball. Hold on. Where is my... There we go. There we go. Let's see. What do we got? 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 Is Purdue winning? I have no idea. I think it's close. 69, 68, something like that.
Awesome.
Larry the GM.
Larry the GM, Mr. Longhorn, the floor is yours. What's going on, sir?
How you doing, Greg?
Thank you, Ron, for the update. I'm doing good, sir. I'm doing good. We're doing kind of a loose watch party. Colorado State, Wyoming, 14-3 Rams. Big game for them. They try to remain undefeated in the Mountain West Conference. Looking for that game against Boise State in the championship game. We're also going to be watching UCLA and Washington. And then there was so much demand for us to do the Tyson fight. So we're doing that tonight. What do you think about the Tyson fight? You got any thoughts?
Well, Greg, I'm not a boxing guy.
Got it.
But I, too, am 58 years old.
I'm 56. Yes.
So I not only would last not three rounds, I don't know that I'd last 1 minute in a boxing ring. So more power to Mike Tyson to do what he's going to do tonight. So
yeah, do you think he's got a shot?
Well, yeah, because he's Mike Tyson and he always has a shot.
Okay.
That's the way I think of it. But, other than that, 58 years old, I don't know how long he can last, like you've been talking about. Greg, can we talk about Super League for a little bit? So I think everybody that's coming out against the Super League, I don't think, well, number one, I don't think the Big Ten and the SEC are ever going to be in the Super Leagues that are being discussed because there's no reason for them to be in those Super Leagues. But I think the rest of the Power Four schools or schools that think of themselves at that level are going to come to agreements, alliances, whatever word you want to use, to be able to put up a structure that can provide a competitiveness that at least will be on par, not on par, but can rival that which the Big Ten and the SEC will have. Because I think, Greg, in the next couple of years, it's going to be very, very clear that we're going to get 7, 8, 9 SEC Big Ten schools every year in the 12 to 14 team playoff. It's just going to become more and more clear that those schools are competing at a very different level. And so really what I think needs to happen is the ACC, the Big 12, and the group level conferences need to consolidate and come to some structural agreement, call it the Mega League if you don't want to call it the Super League, and provide a interesting postseason pre-postseason structure like you talked about, semifinals and Greg, I actually think you could build into these large conferences a model where the top of the conference competes for the title and the bottom of the conference competes to be able to be in the top, and you have a regulation and a promotion model, and that's what happens in the same week that the semifinal occurs. So the bottom of the top is competing to not be regulated, and the top of the bottom is competing to be promoted into into the top tier of these. And you don't necessarily have to do away with conference structures for that. You could have the ACC division, you could have the Big 12 division, you could have how structured however you want, but those teams could play. They talk about the SEC Big 10 schedule agreement. Those two conferences could form a heck of a scheduling agreement and fill out their schedules competing against each other. And then they put 3 or 4 teams into the 14-team playoff and go from there. That's what I think needs to happen, because I don't think there is going to be a super league that includes the Big Ten and SEC, because I don't think it's financially attractive for them, and it won't be. But that doesn't mean the Big 12 and ACC shouldn't spearhead to do something for the rest of it. And I think that's what Brett Yormark is going to end up doing. I think he's going to be the commissioner of the mega league structure, because he's the one visionary enough to be able to figure that out.
Wow, that's some prediction.
And Greg, I actually wrote that in an article about 18 months ago. I'm consistent with saying this is what's going to happen.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question about the Texas Longhorns.
All right.
Now, there's something going on here. And I don't know what it is. But when we did the selections, I got it up on the screen here. When we made our picks, it was Texas minus 13.5. The line opened at minus 16.5.
Yeah.
Now it's minus 12.5. The money keeps getting put on the Razorbacks. What is going on? What is everybody so nervous about? What are the big gamblers, the sharp money? What is going on, sir? Can you let us know from a Longhorn point of view, what is the worry going on?
Greg, I don't really know. I think I think as the game has gotten closer, there's concern that people are thinking back a couple years ago when Texas went into Arkansas and just laid an egg and got hammered. I mean, the Arkansas fans absolutely hate Texas Longhorns. I told you my dad was a Longhorn in Silver Spur, Greg, and he always hated Arkansas as much as he hated A&M or OU. And I was like, Dad, why do you hate? I mean, that was so hard for me, because Dad, Arkansas is almost irrelevant to me and my generation. I hate the Aggies and the Sooners. And of course, my daughter, who also went to UT, she didn't have the joy of experiencing the Aggies during her time, and now they're back. Or now we're playing each other again. So the historical rivalry between these schools, I think people are just beginning to realize that this is a really a massive rivalry at least on the Arkansas end, and I won't shy away from it. I think it's going to be a growing rivalry for the Longhorns as well. And so I just think there's some belief that Arkansas, who's played well at times, Greg, and their quarterback, has done well, and so I guess they almost feel like Arkansas has, like Mike Tyson, a puncher's chance, right? And that's there's some worry along that front. Does that make sense?
Yep. I was just wondering if there was an injury, a rumored injury that people aren't talking about, something like that. But
I haven't heard that, and I haven't done a lot of time on Texas Longhorn, the Orange Bloods and the other networks that they have. I haven't spent a lot of time on those today, but I haven't heard of any major injuries on the Texas front. Maybe some others that are Texas fans can give you that, but I just think there is a concern. Now, there's some Texas fans that are, I think what maybe people aren't factoring in is Steve Sarkisian has the memory of going to Arkansas and blowing it, right? So I think the Longhorns are going to be out for some pretty serious revenge when they play Arkansas. So, I don't know how to handicap that game, Greg, but I'm comfortable where the line is, at 13. I think they're going to win by more than 12. But I don't know that I would say they're going to win by 17.
Got it. All right. I appreciate the call, man.
So, Greg, the Super League, maybe poke around whether people are thinking about going forward on a Super League model without the Big Ten and without the SEC and the rest of the college football universe unite around something that's almost a response to those two conferences.
Got it. I will do some poking and prodding. I really haven't heard anything like that. I mean, I haven't heard anything of a Super League creation without the Big Ten and the SEC, but I'll do some poking.
All right. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate all you do, and thank you for letting me call in and talk to you.
You got it. Appreciate it. Thank you, Longhorn. Larry the GM, Mr. Texas Longhorn, getting ready for the Arkansas game. Ryan Willie, no Super League. Nathan Campbell, world of financial backing of the Big 12, helped them get close to the Big 10 and the SEC. Mr. Kansas Jayhawk. Did Sark lose one on the road there? I think he did, and it was recent, right? It just happened. I think it happened What happened in 2022? Did Texas lose in 2022 to a non-conference game? Obviously a non-conference game. 2021. I kind of remember something like that. Movie Time Blues. Movie Time Blues hopes that Tyson is... How much money is Tyson making tonight? Does anybody know? Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, how much are they making? Hi everyone, Expedition Greg is in the house. Mr. Buckeye getting ready for the Northwestern game. 12 noon Eastern tomorrow. Ryan Willie on Wisconsin. Man, I think Netflix might be struggling with the traffic. It keeps lagging. And my bandwidth is fine. I'm not having any problems. So far, I am not having any problems. The second fight is starting right now. There is 4 fights on the main card. It looks like 4 fights. Tyson and Jake Paul is the 4th fight. This is the second fight. The first fight went all 6 rounds. This is the second fight. So we're getting 40 million. Holy smokes. $40.21 Hogs. Okay, 2021. For some reason, I thought it was 2022. 2021. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Larry the GM, Jeff Morgan, and Taytown Hawk. Appreciate it. 40 million. 40 million. Holy smokes. How much is Tyson getting? How much money is Tyson getting? That is ridiculous. Gary says, I lost my network. It keeps buffering. Well, so far we're good here. Hopefully, Paul Tyson may be the private equity. Okay, Washington and UCLA is going to kick off here pretty soon. I'm going to have that as the secondary TV monitor. I have taken off the Colorado State-Wyoming game for now. You can go ahead and keep updating in the chat room. I'll keep checking the score. But it looks like Colorado State is not going to have any problems with the Wyoming Cowboys tonight. Big game for the Rams. If they win that game, they go 5-0 in the Mountain West Conference. Setting up a Mountain West Conference championship game between Boise State and Colorado State. Not Boise State versus UNLV. Colorado State has the inside track to play Boise State, to be the spoiler in the Mountain West Conference Championship game. Colorado State is looking real good tonight, real good. But anyways, we're going to be doing UCLA Washington, the primary football game here, and of course, the 58-year-old Mike Tyson versus, what's his name again? Jake Paul. So anyways, we're just going to have fun tonight, okay? We're just going to have fun. These boxing introductions, his cultural roots. Barrios is coming out with the pink and the black, the pink gloves, the pink and the black trunks, and the pink and the black top. He's using all blue tape on his wrist. Barrios, a closer look at, I don't know what his first name is. He is the WBC welterweight champion. Wow, this guy's got credibility. The champ is coming out. I'm going to be taking about a 2-minute break. 2 to 3 minute break. I'm going to go check on my 91-year-old mother. I'm going to check on her right now, see if she needs something. I'm going to be right back. This is going to be a long night. UCLA and Washington is just about to begin. Tyson and Paul, maybe an hour from now. Buckle in, buckle up, brace for impact. And I'm going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I will be right back. Purdue 87, Alabama 78. Numbskull News. Tyson has 3 rounds. 3 rounds to land that punch. After that, he is cooked. Yeah, I would agree. I got him more like 1 round. I mean, he could knock me out in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th round. But again, I've got a sharp tongue and a glass jaw. Not a good combination. Sharp tongue and a glass jaw is not a good combination, but is the combination that I have. But again, he's going against a guy, Jake Paul, who probably not much of a real boxer, but he's young. He's boxed. He's worked out. I don't know. I don't see it, guys. I don't see Tyson. I just hope he doesn't, if things are going pear-shaped for Tyson, I hope he doesn't do something where he tries to get himself out of the fight. I don't think he's going to bite an ear, but you know what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Like a bunch of low blows or... I don't know, guys. I think Paul should be the heavy favorite. It sounds like he is the slight favorite. Okay. Washington's got the football. Again, I'm going to be about 30 seconds behind you guys on the UCLA game. But don't let it bother you. Go ahead and put down your comments and real thoughts. UCLA, Washington. We're doing that in the Tyson-Paul fight. Double watch party. If Washington Huskies win this game, they become bowl eligible. If UCLA wins this game, that would be their 4th win in a row under new coach. First-year head coach, Deshaun Foster. Rodgers missed through that ball. The quarterback of Washington, 4th and 3. The Huskies have to punt. Is Rosie Perez a legit boxing commentator? I don't know. I can't hear what they're saying. I've got it to where I can read it. Barrios is the champ. Ramos is the challenger. It looks like Barrios just tagged him with a couple shots there. It looked like Barrios almost knocked the guy down in the first round. I don't know if they called it a knockdown or not, but Ramos' knees either touched the ground, the canvas, or almost touched the canvas. Barrios rocked him. I don't know if they called it a knockdown or not. I don't think it's going to matter. It looks like Barrios is outclassing Ramos. Give us a call. The phone lines are open. The phone lines are open. 763-260-1333. 763-260-1333. Give us a call. It sounds like Pittsburgh is crushing West Virginia in basketball tonight. My beloved Golden Gophers lost in basketball, men's basketball, to North Texas. Down goes Ramos. Down goes Ramos. We have got a we do have no knockdown, but that knockdown still that one counted. We do have some news here. Thousands of users are reporting that Netflix is down, not working, or crashing as millions prepare for the highly anticipated Jake Paul versus the Mike Tyson boxing match set to take place in a few hours. I hope it's not a few hours. I hope it starts no later than 11 o'clock Eastern time. Hopefully it starts in about an hour and 45 minutes, no later than that. Netflix is having big issues, and we've read some of those comments in our own chat room. People are having a hard time. If you're having a hard time, just watch our YouTube channel. We're going to be giving you updates. Tyson versus Paul. TJ Harden in for UCLA. UCLA is on a roll. The Tyson effect. Tyson still hits harder than anyone else. With 14-ounce gloves at age 58. You said Tyson's would bite Jake's nose. I said that was an option. It could happen. It could happen. It probably will happen. How much would it take for you to get in that ring, Greg? 40 million? I do it for 1 million. I do it for $1 million. I would do a great selling job. I would take a dive. It would look legit. I would be a great actor on that stage. $1 million, the fat guy from Minnesota gets knocked down, rolls out of the ring, onto the floor. They take me out on a stretcher. I would do a great selling job. Absolutely fantastic. I wouldn't want to get hit by Mike. The champion looks to be dominating here. Barrios versus Ramos. Barrios in black and pink. Jab, jab, uppercut, jab, jab. It's the third round of a 12-round fight. I don't think it's going 12. I don't think it's going 12. Ramos with a couple good body blows. UCLA first and 10 at the 35-yard line. TJ Harden gets the carry. Again, I'm going to be about 20 seconds behind you on action. It wasn't TJ Harden. My bad. It was the other running back. My bad. Washington, no, it was TJ Harden. My bad. Washington 0, UCLA 0. 24 seconds to go in the third round. Barrios versus Ramos. Ear insurance, I hear, is hard to get. I believe Jake Paul said that he is not worried about getting his ears bit because he's going to have some earpieces in both of his ears. Some earring or something. I don't know what's going on. Did you guys see during the when they go up on stage pre-fight yesterday, and Jake Paul walked up to Mike Tyson, kind of crawled up to him, taking a shot at Mike Tyson's height. Complete! Down to the 30-yard line. First down, UCLA. Matavio, the tight end. Okay, he crawled up to Tyson, and then stepped on Tyson's feet when standing up to Tyson, and then Tyson gave him a slap. Okay, the tight end went out of bounds before he caught the ball. Illegal touching, UCLA penalty on the Bruins. It will not be a first down. It will not be a first down. Michael Smith, the butterbean effect. Colorado State 4th and goal, 20 seconds to go in the half. Colorado State could be trouble for Boise State. That's what I'm seeing. That is what I'm seeing. Colorado State remains undefeated in the Mountain West Conference. Tim W., a Colorado State Ram fan who's part of the PATC community. Every week he's been saying, he puts a comment in the chat room, Tim W. keeps saying, look for Colorado State. Watch out for Colorado State. Greg, you're not talking about Colorado State. We're talking about Colorado State tonight. We're talking about them tonight. A big game for the Rams. 2 minutes to go in the 4th round. Barrios the champion. Is Ramos getting comfortable? Is Ramos getting comfortable in there? The welterweight champion, Barrios. Ramos is putting some stuff together here. Oh! Yeah, I take a dive so fast. Sharp tongue, glass jaw. My wife said Paul stepped on Tyson's foot, causing the slap to occur. I did not see it myself. Paul did step on Tyson's feet. And that is what made Tyson slap him. That heel looks to be just out of bounds for UCLA, right? The heel of the tight end. Taytown Hawk, don't step on another man's shoes. It's going to be 4th down. UCLA is going to have to punt it. It would have been a big play by the Bruins. That close. That heel touched out of bounds by a few blades of grass. That nullifies the big play for the Bruins. UCLA is going to have to punt it. Oh, here comes Jake Paul. Is that his girlfriend or is that his wife? He's got a bunch of chains around his neck. He's got a gray suit on. Some sunglasses. I don't know who that woman is. I have no idea. Tyson's coming in. Iron Mike. He's got a jacket on. Iron Mike with his body face at the back of his jacket. An action shot of him throwing punches. Iron Mike Tyson comes in with a jacket on. Jake Paul comes in with a suit on. Oh boy. Mr. Hoosier, Ricky Tungate. Greg, you would be fun to hang out with. Great sense of humor. Thank you for the incredible super chat, Ricky. I appreciate it. Appreciate the compliment. Well, we are hanging out. That's what we do here. We hang out. We hang out together. We have fun watching college football, talking college football. Tonight we're going to be doing UCLA Washington, still 0-0, and we're doing Tyson and Paul. Tyson and Paul because so many people asked for us to do it. All right, Greg, are you going to do the Tyson? No, I'm not. Greg, why not? Why not do a college football game in Tyson? So today I did a lot of driving. I had to pick up the wife close to the border of Iowa and Minnesota. Brought her home. She was on vacation. I was on vacation. She was with a friend. Glad to have the wife back home, watching over my mother. So I said, why not? Let's just do it. UCLA, Washington, Tyson, Paul. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but we're going to have fun on a Friday evening. Saturday is going to be all college football. I don't know what I'm going to be doing for watch parties. I'm probably going to be doing Georgia and Tennessee at night, but I'm not sure. So make sure you subscribe to our channel. Have your notifications turned on. Follow us at Plug Empire on X. So when we will give you the heads up, you know when we're going to be doing a watch party. Thank you, Mr. Hoosier Tungate. I appreciate your incredible kindness and generosity. Thank you. Appreciate it so very much. Ryan Willie, Tyson will knock out Paul. I disagree. Greg the Gold. Have any of you ever known me, Greg the Gold, to be wrong in a boxing match? No. I'm not going to get this one wrong. What's his name again? Jake Paul. Jake Paul is a 5-star gold lock. No, she will not, Strong Cyclone. She is a tired little general. She's exhausted. She's going to be going to sleep real soon. Rock and rant. Paul is a punk. Hope he gets wrecked. Oh, come on. Come on, Rock and Rant. I have no idea who Jake Paul is. I don't know if he can fight a lick. But I do know this, Rock and Rant. 58-year-old lungs. 58-year-old legs. 58-year-old heart. 58-year-old chin. Come on. 14-ounce gloves. Tyson is going to get wrecked tonight. Rock and Rant, the phone lines are open. 763-260-1333. 763-260-1333. According to the scorecard, Barrios is up 50-44. The unofficial scorecard. The welterweight champion Barrios is ahead of Ramos. It's been an easy fight. It's been a stroll in the park for the pink and black attack of Barrios. Kind of Stallions is a punk. Holy smokes. Call in, Rock and Rant. Give your pre-fight analysis. Tay-Town Hawk, yeah, but based on his conditioning and lifestyle, they're probably 38-year-old lungs and heart. His legs are still flipping tree trunks. Yeah, but when Tyson was 38. Okay. Stephen McNeely, Greg just knocked out Jake Paul. Oh, come on. Come on, guys. Come on. When Mike Tyson was 38 years old, with 38-year-old lungs, heart, legs. He quit on his stool against the Irish tomato can. McBride. He quit. He said he was feeling pain. He didn't want to do it anymore. He was getting hurt. The other guy was barely hitting him. But Tyson had nothing in the gas tank. After the first couple rounds, he had nothing. A 58-year-old Tyson he's not going to have anything for, what's his name again? Jake Paul. Jake Paul. I think Greg could take Moen. I don't know. I don't know. No. Again, I got a sharp tongue and a glass jaw. I couldn't take anybody in the chat room. I could not take on anybody. I would curl up in a turtle position. I would go in a fetal position. I would yell to my corner, no mas. Me versus anybody, I am the loser. No question about it. No question about it. Greg, why are you bashing I don't know what generation. What am I bashing? 58 years old, man. 58. That's too old. You're not going to have a gas tank. You're not going to have a gas tank. He's not going to have a gas tank. He didn't have it at 30. Okay. All right. It's a good thing. Thank you so much, Ryan Willie, for your generosity. Thank you so much for your super chat, for your kindness. I appreciate it so very much. Look, AMAC, my Netflix just went down. It's going all down all over the country. Going down all over the country. We still have it here, up in our studio. We still have it. So keep watching us here. Greg, his generation. Just hold on a second. Hold on. Barrios got hurt in that last round. The welterweight champion who's been dominating this fight, he got a little hurt. They come out with round 7. Barrios versus Ramos. Now listen. Listen. I'm gonna have to say this. I'm gonna have to be honest. No. You guys are all romanticizing. You are romanticizing. Taytown Hawk. America wants to see Tyson win so bad they're crashing Netflix. Okay, I'm Generation X. No question about it. I'm one of the older ones, but I'm in that range. They're going to be shocked when Greg the Gold gets the boxing correct. You guys are romanticizing Tyson. Tyson wasn't even Tyson 20 years ago. You can't get that back. You can't go back in time. You guys are romanticizing. You're reaching out for something that is no longer there. It's not there anymore. I don't know who this Jack Paul, I don't know who this guy is. But he looks like a decent athlete. He's big. He's boxed a few times. All he has to do is survive round 1, round 2. 4 minutes he has to survive. And then Tyson's gas tank goes to empty. Empty. 14-ounce gloves. Tyson is throwing pillowcases out there. It ain't happening. John Till. Fat and old Thor is still Thor. Tyson kills him. Man.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
By the way, the challenger Ramos is getting really comfortable in that ring. The best round of the fight for Abel Ramos, the challenger, against the welterweight champion Barrios. Very interesting fight. Barrios, the champion, pretty much won the first 6 rounds, but the second half of the 6th round went pear-shaped for him. The 7th round went Ramos. I don't know how many rounds this fight goes. If it goes 10 or if it goes 12. Preston from Greensboro, preach it, Greg. They'll see soon enough. You know what? I would laugh if Tyson wins. Keep chopping. The fountain of youth is a fresh ear. Did you see Rocky Balboa? Hurt bombs incoming. Wow. Wow, I think you guys have, you guys are romanticizing. And that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. A lot of you weren't around watching Tyson when he was at his zenith. So I guess I understand what's happening. From a psychological point of view, I completely understand what's happening right now. But I got to be honest. Tyson has about much chance of winning that fight against, check his name again, Jake Paul, than I do. Ramos, the aggressor, the challenger. Here in the 8th round, it's 8 of 12, so it is a 12-round fight. A 12-round fight, the challenger is making a comeback. Thank you, John Teal. Appreciate the super chat. Once again, thank you so very much. Thank you for helping us keep the lights on, sir. Ramos, the challenger. Man, that body shot hurt him. That body shot hurt him. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you what I tell you what I'm going to do. Jose, Evander had a huge heart. Wasn't the strongest puncher, but the man just won't ever quit. Yeah. Not a big guy. Was really a cruiserweight. He would figure you out, though. And once he had you figured out, the ball game was up. That's what he did against Tyson twice. I tell you what I'm going to do. If Tyson wins this fight tonight, I will, sometime next week, I will eat a cheeseburger live in the studio. A hamburger with cheese. If Mike Tyson wins this fight. That's how sure I am that he's not going to win this fight. Vox Quindardo saw Tyson walk in. He's not in beast mode. He's not on beast mode. He's on his RX. Paul wins. Finally somebody walks into the chat room that understands what is about to happen. Vox Quindaro agrees with the fat guy from Minnesota. What type of cheese? Doesn't matter. It's all bad. All of it's bad. I'm guessing cheddar. I'm guessing cheddar. Washington. Deep down in UCLA's territory. Oh, that was a screen pass. A screen pass. Beautifully set up. All the way down to about the 14, 15-yard line of UCLA. Frazier was never quit, man. That is true. Now, he probably should have quit. The one, that fight against George Foreman. Touchdown, Washington. Touchdown, Huskies.
Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown!
The George Foreman-Frazier fight, when Foreman was literally raising up Frazier off the ground on George Foreman uppercuts, when he knocked Frazier down like 3 times right away. That fight, the corner should have came in and stopped it. But yeah, Frazier was an absolute animal, no quit. I tell you what, the challenger Ramos is really, this is going to be, look, the champion won the first 6 rounds. The challenger is about to win. Oh, he's hitting. Oh! He's hitting the champ. Ramos! Oh, the champ comes back! Wow, this is a good fight. Oh my goodness. Oh, they're just unloading. The champ is unloading. The challenger. What a round. Oh!
Oh my God! Oh my
What
God!
a round. What a spectacular round. I think Ramos got it, but the champion responded back finally. They hit each other with shots. Holy smokes. Jose, what a round. John Till. Evander was on some serious gear back then. Thank you, John Till, for the super chat. I appreciate it. They confirmed that touchdown, correct? We got 7-0 Washington. I don't know what a gear. I don't know what you mean by that, John Till. Let me know what you mean by that. Gary, what? Tyson hasn't been a great fighter since 1989. I mean, all you got to do is put the YouTube channel Tyson versus McBride. Go watch it. Go watch it. I just... Roids. Got it. AMAC, I wish I could have seen it. Yeah, there's a lot of people who've lost their... we are in the 10th round. Barrios and Ramos taking shots once again. Oh! Barrios hit him with an uppercut. The champion seems to have a second... Oh! He got hit with a jab. Ramos is clubbing him. If Ramos did not have such a slow start... Barrios is trying to keep distance. Ramos is walking him down. Ramos is walking him down. He keeps cutting off the ring. Being the aggressor. Oh, with a couple shots, Ramos. Ramos is taking the champ apart. But did he run out of time? Is he going to run out of time? This is a great fight for Netflix. For those who can actually watch the fight, this is an excellent fight for Netflix. The champ, jab, jab, jab. Ramos has stopped throwing all of a sudden. Ramos has stopped throwing all of a sudden. Here comes Barrios. Barrios is hitting the body, then the jab. Body, then the jab. Body, then the jab. There's a welt on the forehead, middle of the forehead of challenger Ramos. Ramos has got to keep it. Oh, geez, Barrios is coming. Barrios, the champ, is coming back. I agree. The challenger is going to have to knock him out. He just gave up too many rounds to start the fight. Oh, jeez. Barrios is winding up. Barrios has gotten a second wind. Ten seconds to go in round 10. Barrios is putting some... Barrios is going to win this round. Barrios is going to win this round. The last 2 minutes... Barrios got that round. He's got the fight unless he gets knocked out. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Wow. Quindaro, thank you so much for your unbelievable super chat. Ernie Shavers, the hardest puncher. Foreman, the heaviest hands. Ali at his best with pound for pound. The greatest of all time would take Iron Mike apart. I happen to agree with Vox, and it doesn't have to do with his incredible generosity. I said it at the beginning of the show. Ali would box the ears off of Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson was the one heavyweight champion that could not turn a fight around. Anytime the fight went pear-shaped, anytime he got knocked down, anytime he started losing, he could not turn it around. Ali did it. Ali did it. All of them did it. George Foreman, George Frazier, Lennox Lewis, Evander Holyfield, all of them turned a fight around. Thank you, Vox. Incredible generosity. Ernie Shavers. I think Ali said he had the hardest punch. The hardest punch he ever faced. Not one of a very good boxer at a time in which there was great heavyweight fighters. He wasn't in that first tier. He was in the next tier. But Ernie Shavers, the hardest puncher. Foreman, incredibly heavy hands. Watch his fights as an Olympian. As an Olympian, watch his fights. Watch as a young fighter. Watch how he lifted up Joe Frazier. He crushed Joe Frazier. Absolutely crushed him. He got a little bit Foreman versus Ali, round 11. The Rumble in the Jungle of Zaire, Africa. Foreman, if you watch that fight, Foreman started off hot. Ali ropey-doped him. But what turned that fight around was Muhammad Ali started leading with his right. He did not watch that fight. After tomorrow morning, after this live show, go watch Foreman versus Ali. Ali did not lead with his jab after the first round. He led with his right, the longer punch. And Foreman had no idea what was going on. Foreman kept getting hit by Ali's leading with his right, something that Ali rarely ever did. And Foreman never figured it out. So Ali went boom, 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 kept hitting him. Foreman got dazed, confused. He was out of it. He put up so much energy at the beginning of the fight. It was a hot day in Zaire, Africa. And Ali defeats Foreman in a great fight. Ron, I met one of George Foreman's brothers, and I would rather fight George. Greg, do you think this it becomes a regular thing on Netflix? Well, now it sounds like Netflix is struggling right now. A lot of people can't get on. A lot of buffering. Netflix is going to have to clean that up. Netflix is making some advertising money on this. That's what they're doing. It looks like they're going to bring more and more. I don't know about the boxing, but they're going to bring more and more live sports, NFL, boxing, and I think someday college football. I think someday college football. And I think there's a whole bunch of money sitting at the side of the room. I think the Big 12's looking over there. I think the ACC is looking over there. Ali is dead. No question about it. They look tired. The 12th round. Ramos, he needs a knockout. In my opinion, the challenger needs a knockout. Now, the challenger has won the second half of the fight, but I think Barrios pitched a shutout in the first 6 rounds. I might be wrong. It's a slugfest. The champ is bloodied. Thank you, Vox. I appreciate the incredible generosity. Thank you so very much. I'm very humbled. Thank you, sir. The champ, Ramos, comes back. The 12th round, the last minute and 45 to go. The challenger keeps coming forward. He's hitting Barrios with the heavier shots. But the champ keeps throwing, not really hitting. Nothing with authority. But the champ knows he's got the lead. I think he knows he's got the lead. Ramos is really digging in. He went southpaw for a moment. He went back. Ooh, Ramos is switching it up. Oh, jab, Barrios. They're both bloodied. Jab, Barrios. Again, Barrios seems to do better at the last minute of every round, trying to steal these rounds. The champ knows what he's doing. The welterweight champion Barrios. Boy, Netflix, they needed this fight. This was a great fight. A brilliant fight. Oh my gosh! Barrios! He's rocking him! Oh! He hits him again! Oh my goodness. The champ came alive at the end of this round. The people are standing up. The people are standing up. 1,000,000 shots were landed. 1,000,000 shots were landed. They hug at the... They're both a bloody mess. Barrios, the champion, is being carried on the shoulders of his second men, of his corner men. Bean says, I see what you mean, Greg. My connection is buffering at times. I'm not having any problems. Hopefully I don't, but a lot of people are. Lennox had some ponderous arm speed. He was super quick for a giant, but he wasn't fighting other giants. Lennox Lewis had a great advantage because he was the big man of that time. Right? There was no other real big man at that time that could give him a go. I mean, you had Andrew Galata, who couldn't stop disqualifying themselves with low blows. You had Riddick Bowe, who's a pretty good giant fighter. It's a tough sport, Greg. There will be blood. I think Barrios remains the champ, the welterweight champion. We're going to get the scorecards here in a little bit. Lennox Lewis was a master tactician. Hummus Hero is in the house. Pay-per-view college football will fail. This is not pay-per-view, though. This is not pay-per-view, this fight. Every Netflix customer can watch this, no extra charge. Netflix, the Evil Badger, Ryan Willie. Netflix will have WWE in January. Netflix better get everything fixed by Christmas or NFL fans will be very upset. Great point, Ryan Willie. Great point by the Evil Badger. Thank you so much for your super chat. I do appreciate it. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of fans watching on Netflix. And WWE, the 147-pound welterweight championship, the WBC version. Who won this fight? I think it's the champ. We go to the scorecards. Judges' scorecards. Judge Xavier Alvarez sees the contest 114-112. Ramos. Judge Mike Ross sees the contest 116-110. Barrios, split decision. Judge Doug Robinson sees the contest 113-113. A draw. This bout has been ruled a split draw. Mario Barrios is still the welterweight champion of the world WBC version. I don't think so. One judge had it 116-110 Barrios. I think that was the most accurate, even though Ramos won a lot of rounds. The first 6 rounds was all Barrios. How could it be 114-112 Ramos? Uh-oh. Well, now they're going to have they're going to fight again, and they're going to get an uptick in pay. That was a great fight. Barrios landed 75 more punches than Ramos, according to the fight stats. 75 more punches. Ramos did hit a little bit harder, but Barrios won most of those. Come on. Vox Quindardo, the fix is in. It was an unbelievable war. It was a great fight. It was a great fight. It was a fantastic fight. It's boxing, no surprise. Rematch for millions, Greg. What the heck? I might be eating a cheeseburger next week. Again, if Mike Tyson does something that I don't think, if Mike Tyson wins, if he's victorious by knockout, technical knockout, decision, if Mike Tyson walks out of the ring victorious, I will be eating a cheeseburger, a burger smothered in cheese, live sometime next week at PATC. That is how sure I am it's not going to happen. A 58-year-old Mike Tyson with 14-ounce gloves is not going to beat, check his name, Jake Paul. He's not going to defeat Jake Paul. I'm not going to eat a Juicy Lucy. I'll get the wife will get a burger somewhere, Culver's or whatever, smothered in cheese. Gross. Absolutely gross. But it ain't going to happen. So I'm not going to have to worry about it. Fried onions is fine. I'm not having a Juicy Lucy. God, that is the worst thing ever created by man or by woman. If Paul is DQ'd for biting off Mike's ear, Mike Tyson walks out of the ring victorious, and I will eat a cheeseburger. Jose, if these judges give the fight to Tyson, yeah, that wasn't good. Again, 7-3. Washington. So we've got two more fights. We got one more fight, I believe. I might be wrong here. Now they're interviewing Jake Paul. Let's see what they say here. The slap heard around the world. I'm so happy he did that. It makes it real. It makes it personal. When I beat his bleep in a couple of moments, I can't, he's talking too fast. I can't read it. It's personal. I don't care if we were friends before. This is serious now. I'm knocking him the bleep out. He said he stepped on his toe. That's why he was mad. Oh, I stepped on his witty toe. It is big bad Mike Tyson. He doesn't look nervous. He doesn't look nervous. He doesn't look nervous, ladies and gentlemen. Jake Paul does not look nervous. When was the last time I went to the Minnesota State Fair? When my brother and his then fiance were about to get married, I went to the State Fair with them, and they have been married for 37 years. So about 37 years ago is the last time I went to the Minnesota State Fair. This is my life's goal. This is a dream. I finally arrived. Jake Paul. Oh, he doesn't look nervous. He does not look nervous. I think Washington is short of a first down there. Short of a first down. Heck, if I just had $40 million dropped in my checking account, I wouldn't be nervous either. Jose. $40 million would make anyone less nervous. How much is Tyson making? Is he making $40 million? Is he making $60 million? How much is Tyson making on this? I believe we got one more fight, right? One more fight before the Tyson fight? Or am I wrong? Am I wrong? Halftime, A&M 31, Texas A&M 31, Ohio State 22. Halftime, Wisconsin 54, Arizona 44. Thank you, Ron. I appreciate the basketball updates. Tyson is making $20 million. Tyson is the real draw. Okay, I'm starting to get some buffering here. For the first time, I am starting to get some buffering big time. I could be losing Netflix. I could be losing Netflix. It has stopped. It has stopped. And I don't know if I should try to go back in or if I should leave it alone. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And it is out. It is out. I have lost Netflix. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. I got it back. I got it back. Okay. Ricky Tungate. Greg, make sure to have milkshake to wash it down if you lose. I don't think I can do that, Tungate. I don't think I can double up on the dairy. Having cheese on a hamburger and then having a milkshake. Taylor versus Serrano. It looks like Serrano is the favorite. Minus 235 money line. 47-2. Amanda Serrano. Holy smokes. Katie Taylor's 23-1 with only 6 knockouts. Taylor doesn't have any power. Serrano 47-2-1, 31 knockouts. So Katie Taylor is going to have to win this fight going the distance. She don't have the power. She don't have the power. Amanda Serrano, the big favorite. A lot of buffering and very poor picture quality. Gary. Yeah, I was able to get back in, and right now it looks pretty decent. Jake Paul to earn $40 million, double Tyson. Why? Paul is also the co-founder of the Most Valuable Promotions, the company promoting the extravaganza in partnership with Netflix. Holy cow. I tell you what, those, what's the other Paul? Logan Paul? Man, those guys make a lot of money. Make a lot of money. Too many people watching Netflix. Standing 8 count for Netflix. My Netflix is giving me the circle of death. Preston, I lost it too. 68-63, Marquette over Maryland. 4 minutes left. Tyson is the better boxer in the Hall of Fame. Taylor versus Serrano. It looks like they fought before. They're calling it Taylor versus Serrano 2. It looks like UCLA just made a big defensive play. Big defensive play. UCLA's got the football at Washington's 45-yard line. It is 7-3 Huskies. Ethan Garbers gives it to their running back at a couple yards. UCLA stopped Washington's 4th and 1 play. They stuffed it. That's why UCLA's got the ball in Washington's territory. 2nd and 9, they're going to try to run it again. There's nothing there. It's going to be 3rd and long for UCLA. Milkshake will lead to Greg Pflugar versus Toilet. That's just too much going on. There's no way I can have a milkshake with a cheeseburger. The cheeseburger is going to be terrible. Do you know what a cheeseburger tastes like? You guys don't, because you've all been victims of the cheesification of America. Eating a cheeseburger is like eating a hamburger with a wet napkin over the top with a little bit of salt. That's what cheese is. On a burger, it's a wet napkin with a little bit of salt. Oh, that tight end, man. He's good. First down, UCLA. UCLA is driving. Had a cheesesteak whiz tonight. Oh, God.
Oh my God!
Dak Prescott is making $60 million sitting on the bench. Hummus Hero, I think Tyson is getting $20 million. Tyson is going to do it for Cuz D'Amato. He loved that man like a father. Yeah. He loved him like a father when Tyson quit on the stool at age 38, 20 years ago. I don't hate cheese. I do not hate cheese. I do hate Wisconsin, but I don't hate cheese. The cheese should not be on meat. Okay, they're showing on Netflix the promos and everything. Jake Paul and Tyson. Okay, guys, since oh, I'm getting more buffering. I'm getting another buffering. Uh-oh. I'm going to get kicked out. Hopefully I can get back in again. Steve, my big fight night story. First Duran and Sugar Ray Leonard on pay-per-view in Toledo Sports Arena. Shots ring out. 3 guys motionless in their seats. 2 mob families not happy with each other. True story. Man, I don't remember that. All I remember is Sugar Ray Leonard lost. Roberto Duran just went after him in that first fight. Leonard had couldn't get any breathing space. That's what I remember. And then Sugar Ray Leonard beat him in the second fight. Duran said, no mas, no mas, no more. Leonard boxed his ears off. I don't remember the shooting. Okay. I don't even know what happened. Washington got the ball. UCLA was driving to take the lead. I did not see what happened. Garbers, oh, he got the ball stripped. He's been guilty of that more than a couple times this year. In the pocket, he did that against the Gophers. That's how the Gophers beat UCLA. The ball was stripped, recovered by the Huskies. The Bruins were driving. Washington still up 7-3. Oh, I was watching on pay-per-view in Toledo. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Hagler versus Leonard. Yeah, I believe that Sugar Ray Leonard did win that fight. It was the Thomas Hearns Sugar Ray Leonard fight that Thomas Hearns won that fight, and I think they called it a draw, right? That was terrible. But I believe that Sugar Ray Leonard did. He won the fight on decision, and I believe he deserved that win that fight. Only in America, Don King. Rock and Rant, they said in Revenge of the Nerds, no one's going to really be free until the cheeseburger persecution ends. Well, then nobody is going to be free. Then nobody is going to be free. Greg, I don't eat cheese either on my burgers. Good man, Tungate. Good man. No wonder why the Hoosiers are having such a great football season. Their fans actually get it. They actually understand. Hitman's Hearns was terrific. Marvelin Hager was too. By Ray Leonard ran that weight class. Okay, guys, I'm going to be taking another 2 to 3 minute break. Just going to check on my mother. I got no help tonight. My wife is asleep. She had a big week this week in Iowa. So I'm going to be back in about 2 minutes. Please stay with us or leave and come back. Washington, UCLA, Tyson versus Jake Paul. We are doing a double watch party. Double watch party. Hold on 1 second here. I got to do something before I leave. I'm just going to take about a 5-minute break. Okay, that did not work. Hold on, hold on. There is a lot of people complaining on X about Netflix buffering. So in some ways, this is a great success for Netflix. In other ways, they're going to have to clean this up. It's a good thing they're having this Netflix crashed again. I just saw a whole bunch of people on X started complaining. So I think it's going through waves. Waves of crashing. Waves of crashing. Go Black 45. College football is never going to Netflix. Full stop. Interesting, Go Black 45. Why do you think it will never go to Netflix? The NFL is on Netflix. They're going to have a couple games. It could, if Netflix, if they're willing to spend the money, if they get the advertising, I don't know. If some private equity has some connections with Netflix and some partnership, and Go Black 45 believes that college football is never going to Netflix. Never is a very long time, but you could be right. You could be right. Mine is up and down, but mostly down. Netflix servers can't handle the volume. The Netflix crashed on some live episode of Love is Blind last year, my wife said. Okay, guys, I'll be back here in a few minutes. Gonna check on the boss of bosses, my mother. So I will be right back. I'll be back in a minute. Thanks, guys. Washington 14, UCLA 3. That was a big change in the flow of the game. UCLA lost the ball deep in Washington's territory on a strip sack. Washington comes down and scores 14-3 Washington. Washington wins this game. They become bowl eligible. If it's buffering now, AMAC said, if it's buffering now, just wait till Tyson takes the ring. Holy smokes. They're doing a lot of good promo for this women's fight. Serrano's they're saying for the first time that Serrano might be an underdog going in this fight. Don Scruggs, I'm here now. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Steve Gregg, it would be appropriate if you would sing Bob Dylan's song about Reuben the Hurricane Carter. It would be, but I'm not going to because I don't think I have done any Bob Dylan in a long time. Bob Dylan from Minnesota. Here we go. Amanda Serrano. Something like 47 wins, 42 wins. Michael Smith, I think the light bulb will go off at Netflix. Live programming has to be in their future. But Go Black 45 says Netflix doesn't want to spend the money like Amazon does for live sports. What's good, Greg? Ray LA is in the house. What is good? Well, Washington Huskies strip sack 14-3 over UCLA, and we're also going to be doing a watch party. Tyson versus Jake Paul. And now let's do another poll. We've got different viewers in here. I'm not even going to tell you how the first poll went. Does Mike Tyson leave the ring tonight victorious? Yes, you're saying Mike does leave the ring victorious. No, he does not. The voting begins now. We already did this poll once. I wonder if it's going to change. Numbskull News, my heart says yes. Taylor, the undisputed super lightweight champion of the world. Taylor won a split decision over Serrano in the first fight in 2022. This is Taylor Serrano 2. Taylor Serrano 2. Look at this. Look at this voting. I'm going to give you guys 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The same exact percentage from the previous poll. Again, the PATC community, the geniuses out there. 69% says yes, Mike Tyson will leave the ring victorious. That was the exact same percentage as earlier tonight. The PATC is crazy. I agree. Mike Tyson is not going to leave the ring victorious. Not with 58-year-old heart, lungs, legs, chin, mind. Bearcat Steve, well, since you won't do a Bob Dylan song, you got a lot of nerve to say you are my friend. The younger folks here most likely won't get this. Most of my college days are foggy. But I remember me and my friends, it was Halloween weekend, and we bought ourselves some old style tuxedos. They were like North Carolina blue in colors and it was like big lapel, and we called ourselves the band. So we went to house party to house party, 4 of us, all dressed in these blue outfits, calling ourselves the band. We were the band, so they would let us in to the house party to have some beer. And I remember at one point someone challenged us to a song, and we sang Bob Dylan, Blowing in the Wind. We did that song. And they let us in, and we would get free beer. That was the whole purpose. We spent money to get these costumes to be the band so we could get free beer. Nothing wrong with being a believer. No question about it. That's what sports is all about. To believe even when things are against you. I agree, Numbskull News. Go ahead and believe. Believe in Tyson. We're going to find out. Tyson and Paul. Here comes Katie Taylor, the world champion, the lightweight world champion. The only loss she's ever had, she's avenged it. UCLA still's got the ball. It's 3rd and 6. We're going to be keeping a close eye on Arizona, Houston as we do the watch party, UCLA, Washington, and the Tyson Paul fight. We're going to be keeping a close eye on Houston and Arizona because there is steam out there in regards to Brent Brennan's head coaching position. Now, Arizona goes up on top 7-0. They're beating Houston 7-0 midway through the first quarter. Fafita is 4 of 6 with a touchdown, and of course that touchdown pass went to the great McMillan. Arizona's up quick 7-0. We're going to be keeping an eye on that game as well in Big 12 country. Numbskull News, the promoter is an idiot. The main event should be at 9 Central Time. How many rounds is this fight, this championship fight? I'm guessing, I don't know, really. I would guess 12, but I do not know. Serrano was the first ever undisputed Puerto Rican world champion. Here comes Katie Taylor, 38 years old, 23-1, only 6 KOs. Only 6 KOs. Numbskull News, Jake Paul is a fake. Only had one real fight with a boxer in his prime, and of course, Paul lost. Preston from Greensboro, 10 rounds, I think. Yep, I remember, Tony. Howard Cosell, Wide World of Sports, ABC. 3rd and 5, UCLA at the ball at the 9-yard line. Ethan Garber, shotgun. He's going to try to run it. He is going to run it. He got hit, but UCLA's got the ball at the 1-yard line. 1st and goal for the Bruins. A minute to go in the first half. Washington 14, UCLA 3. But the Bruins are knocking on the door. The first round has started. Taylor versus Serrano. I think this is going to go... I don't think this is going to be a quick fight. Numbskull News. Paul has had plenty of victories against MMA guys. Not in the octagon, obviously. He still has his limbs. 2-minute rounds, yes. In the women's fights, 2-minute rounds. And it's going to be 2-minute rounds in the Tyson-Paul fight. This fight's going to go a while. The champ doesn't have much power. Taylor, the champion, won a split decision when they fought the first time in 2022. Where Serrano's really loading up. Serrano is really loading up that left hand. She's a southpaw. She's jabbing with her right, loading up on the left. Wow. Wow, Serrano's hitting her hard. Serrano's hit her hard. Serrano took the first round. The challenger. I think Taylor got hurt a little bit there. The champ got hurt. UCLA touchdown. Pass. Garbers. Yeah, the champ got hurt. I agree with Bean. The champ got hurt. She was staggering there at the end of that round. Expedition Greg is in the house. Numbskull News. Tyson Douglas fight. Iron Mike wasn't the same after D'Amato died. Gus D'Amato. Yep. Wow. I tell you what, though, the champ's got quick hands. Not much power, but she's got quick hands. Taylor tagged her on that. Taylor tagged her with the left shot. Serrano's just going for broke. Ryan Willie, thank you so much for your incredible generosity. Gifted 5 memberships. Jeremy Nork, Don in Kansas, Jeff Kais, Mark Orchery, and Iterator NC. I apologize if I got any of those names incorrect. All of you have been gifted a membership by Ryan Willie. When you get an opportunity, please say thank you to the Evil Badger, Ryan Willie. You all are hereby knighted. Cloak and Dagger. When you get an opportunity, go check out a YouTube channel. Membership only episodes, early peak Cloak and Dagger. Thank you so much, Ryan Willie. Thank you so much for your continued generosity. Thank you. Appreciate it. Katie Taylor is 38 and was a soccer player. Steve, bad play on the kickoff by Washington returner. I did not see it. Oh, yeah, Steve, you are correct. Washington starts at the 3-yard line. My goodness. They got a 3rd down situation here. 30 seconds to go. UCLA still's got 1 timeout. UCLA does call the timeout. The Bruins are going to try to get the ball back here. If they can get a 3 and out, get it in good field position after a punt, try to get into field goal range. How long until the fight? Well, it depends on this women's lightweight championship fight. If this goes the distance, it's going to be a while. Even though this is 2-minute rounds, but there's 10 of them. It's going to be a while. Bean says Netflix will explode when the Tyson fight starts. Netflix will not be able to handle the demand. So Washington did get the 1st down, so it's going to be halftime. Washington 14, UCLA 10. UCLA 10, 14-10 Huskies at halftime. Washington wins, they become bowl eligible. If UCLA wins, that'll be their 4th Big Ten win in a row. Tyson's being interviewed. He does not look happy to be interviewed. He gave a kiss to the interview. He's not wearing any pants. We see his naked butt. We just saw Mike Tyson's naked butt. I'm not sure what's going on here, ladies and gentlemen. Netflix just showed Mike Tyson's naked butt. Scott Docterman from The Athletic. Scott Docterman. The NFL better have a backup plan for Christmas football. If Netflix can't handle this, there's no way it can handle 2 holiday football games. Jeffrey the Greek. This is what Jeffrey the Greek has got up on his TV. He's got nothing. What a fight, Jeffrey the Greek. We're in the 5th round. Taylor versus Serrano. Thank you all for joining us this Friday evening, the night before a big Saturday chock full of important college football games. We're having some fun. UCLA, Washington, double watch party. Mike Tyson versus, what's his name again? Jake Paul. Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. If you would have told me we would be doing a Mike Tyson watch party a couple years ago when we opened up this YouTube channel, I would have said you're completely nuts. I tell you guys are completely nuts anyways. Taylor is just trying to outscore Serrano here. Not loading up on any punches. Stick and go, stick and go, stick and go. Wow, Taylor's got quick hands, I tell you. Taylor's now starting to box. Taylor's starting to box. Stick and go, stick and go. Serrano's getting frustrated. Look at Taylor. Look at the champ. Look at the champ. End of round 5. Jimmy the Greek was the best. Ryan Willie, the Evil Badger. Thank you for your super chat. Thank you for your generosity, Evil Badger. Jimmy the Greek was the best. He always picked against the Vikings. And always picked the Raiders. The Oakland Raiders. Jimmy the Greek. Stormy Cyclone. Wow, Christmas commercials already. Greg wants a Big Ten championship in his stocking. Well, the Gophers are not going to get any Big Ten championships unless it's in hockey. The Gophers are what, number 3 in the country in hockey, probably number 1 in the Big Ten. Gabe Steveson is back for wrestling heavyweight, but we're not going to win the Big Ten. I don't think we're going to win the Big Ten in wrestling. We're going to be dead last in men's basketball. We're going to be decent in women's basketball. Yeah, I only see the men's hockey as a potential Big Ten championship that can be in my stockings. The Greek had the Vikings as a 13-point favorite in Super Bowl 4. That is when the Kansas City Chiefs dominated us. I wasn't old enough. What do we got here? What's going on? They're checking on the challenger, Serrano. They're checking on a cut. It's become a major issue. Oh, that's a bad cut over the right eye. Serrano over the right eye. That is a horrific cut. A horrific cut. I don't need to see that again. Oh, that's woo! Woo! Okay, they're going to let the fight go. I mean, I don't think her eye is in any danger, but if you can't watch it, the cut above the right eye of Serrano looks like "25 paper cuts right in a row. Boom, 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 right over that right eye. It is sliced and it is diced. The champion Taylor, going right after that right eye of Serrano. Numbskull News, thanks for the consistent content. God bless PATC. Thank you, Numbskull News. I appreciate it. Those kind words, I'm very, very appreciated. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for your kindness, Numbskull News. You know how difficult this can be at times to find time to do all this. I thank you, Numbskull News. Throw in the towel. Throw in the towel. Ooh, that eye hurts, man. That eye hurts. That is so painful. I cannot look at it. I am not going to look at it. It was done by a headbutt. A headbutt. The heads collided. If you can't see it, they just showed an instant replay. The heads did collide. Cut me, Mick. Cut me. Rocky Balboa. Taytown Hawk. I'm not carving the turkey this year. Ooh, Serrano hit her. Oh, Jesus, just going at it. Round 7. Serrano has bloodied the champ now. Taylor is hitting Serrano with a lot of shots, but no power. Serrano's a bloody mess, though, because of that eye. Man, this is a fight. This is a fight. Oh, Taylor hit her. They're both just this is an absolute war. Round 7. 40 seconds to go in round 7. There's blood everywhere. Bean saying, stop the fight now. Oh, Taylor's rocking him. Rocking her, excuse me. What a round. People are standing. Standing ovation. Standing ovation. We're going into round 8. Round 8. Hey Greg, I didn't know you were into boxing. I'm really not. I used to be I used to be a big fight fan, but not anymore. We're doing this because I got a lot of people ask me if I'm doing this, and I said nope. But the wife had a long week. I picked her up from Iowa. She's asleep. I'm taking care of my mom. I've checked up on her a couple times during this. And I decided, why not? Let's do a double watch party, triple watch party. Colorado State, Wyoming, Washington, UCLA, and then Tyson and Paul. I used to be a big fight fan, but not so much. I don't really keep track of it anymore. Let's take a look at that. Colorado State 24, Wyoming 10. Colorado State is still undefeated. Still undefeated in the Mountain West Conference. That's why they paused it, because of another headbutt. I was wondering what was going on. They're taking a point away from the champ. They're taking a point away from the champ because of all the headbutting. Wow. Wow. I mean, I don't know how you score this fight. That point deduction could be the difference. That could have been a 10-8 round for Serrano. They're getting her for pushing her head into that cut. Numbskull News. I got Army over Notre Dame. That is next week, November 23rd. Tomorrow, Notre Dame plays Virginia. Should not have a problem with Virginia. This is an absolute war. Look at this. Taylor is getting most of the shots in. The champ. I mean, there's no defense. No one's trying to avoid getting hit. They're just throwing punches at each other. Oh! They're saying that Amanda Serrano cannot see out of that right eye anymore. That's what the announcers just said. They don't believe the challenger can see out of that right eye. A lot of issues. Vox Quindaro, can't, I'm buffering. Steve got tired of the Netflix fiasco, watching college football. Mark, Serrano is the definition of grit. I mean, they're just throwing, every second they're throwing a punch. Wow. I don't even know how to, it's just like, they're not even taking a breath. They're just throwing a punch every second. I don't know who's getting the better of who. These women will never be the same again after this. I think the champ is getting the better of her though, but not, a little bit sharper punches. But then again, Serrano probably can't see out of her right eye. So 20 seconds to go in the fight. These women have unloaded everything they've got. The champ is really winning the last part of this round, though. I believe Katie Taylor won the last part of this round. The fight is over. The women hug. Wow. Wow. Jose says, Kate cementing her win in the last round. I do think she won that last round. I believe the champ won that last round. Oh, the unofficial scorecard, Wheelox has Serrano winning 96-93. The unofficial scorecard has the challenger defeating the champion 96-93. Wow. Wow. Interception, UCLA. Down 14-10. Preston from Greensboro. I hope Tyson puts his pants on before going into the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for these two. After the 10 full rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. All three judges see the contest 95-94 for the winner. And still, your lightweight champion of the world, Katie Taylor. Mark says not sure of that decision. That is a tough fight to lose. That's the second time they have fought each other. The second time Taylor won a close decision. The first one was a split decision win. This time was 90. All three judges had the same score. Steve, UCLA plays hard for Coach Foster. No question about that. They've won 3 in a row where they could have just given up. Where they all could have just given up on the season. UCLA keeps playing hard. They're trying for the 4th Big Ten win in a row tonight. It looks like they're going to go for a field goal, down 14-10. The champ won. The champ won. 96, I was 95-94 and 96-95. All three judges had the same score. The champ by a point. I'm not having any, I've had a little bit of problems about 40 minutes ago. Sounds like you got the only good Netflix in town. We had a little bit of an issue about 40 minutes ago, a little buffering, but we are good to go. I will do the best I can in describing the action in the Tyson-Jake Paul fight. Widespread outages have been reported, according to Front Office Sports, an indicator that Netflix may not be ready to stream NFL games on Christmas. Netflix is having huge issues tonight. Jay Norvell, Colorado State head coach, picks up a $75,000 bonus as the Rams continue on to win their 7th regular season game, their 5th Mountain West win. Colorado State is 5-0 in the Mountain West. 5-0. Roger Goodell is on the line. Is on line 5 for the Netflix CEO. Netflix stock might take a hit. Rock and Rand, I've had no issues with the stream. We still got Arizona 7, Houston 0, 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. Houston's got it at Arizona's 48-yard line, 3rd and 13. Rodgers is struggling out there for Washington. An interception, but there is a flag on the field. Rodgers just threw another INT. Flag is on the field. It could be back-to-back takeaways for UCLA. AMAC has given up. AMAC has thrown in the towel. Rock and Rant. The stock will spike because of the success of everyone wanting to watch live sports. The tech issues can get fixed. Steve, Bearcat Steve, interception Arizona. Both offenses are struggling. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there are no more fights in front of Tyson and Jake Paul. No more fights. The main event of the evening, 58-year-old Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. again, if Mike Tyson wins, I will eat a cheeseburger. I will eat a cheeseburger live sometime during next week's live shows. Not tomorrow, because I'm going to have to do, I cannot afford to get sick tomorrow, Saturday, college football Saturday. On Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, one of those days live show, I will be forced to eat a cheeseburger, cheese on hamburger, which is an abomination if Tyson wins. Tyson's not going to win, so I don't have anything to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Got it. You know what? I could lie. I could say, Tyson's got knocked out. Goodbye, everybody. Turn it off. And you guys would not know, except for everybody on Twitter. No. Nope. In basketball, Wisconsin, the Evil Badgers, 103, Arizona 88. Wisconsin 103, Arizona 88. Netflix is just getting crushed on Twitter. Netflix is getting hammered by everybody. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I will do the best I can. Do some research on Jake Paul, Greg. You will pull for Tyson. I'm not pulling for either. I just don't think a 58-year-old man. I have no idea who Jake Paul is. I know he's a YouTuber guy, and he's fought a couple. I don't know who he's fought. I know he lost to somebody, the brother of the heavyweight champion at one point, something like that. But I've never seen him fight. All I know is a 58-year-old man should not be getting in the boxing ring. In competition, in real competition, if this is real competition. But if Tyson wins, the worst thing that can happen to me is I eat a cheeseburger, which is really bad. We are in the middle of the third quarter, 14-13. We got Tyson and Paul coming up. So in the grand tradition of Watch Party, you guys know what we do. Here we go. Just said that Mike Tyson is going to whoop some, you know what? All right, let's get this going here. Come on. 4:47 to go in the third quarter. 14-13 Washington. We got an injury. A Washington player is down. Huskies, Bruins, Big Ten football on a Friday night. Tyson, Jake Paul on a Friday night. I've done two separate polls. Two separate polls, the PATC community. Both polls had the same result. 69% of you guys, the geniuses in the PATC community, 69% both times say that Mike Tyson is going to walk out of the ring victorious. How much did a ticket cost? Like, what was the highest priced tickets for this? For those who don't have Netflix, who can't see it right now, they're just talking. The panel, they're just talking. Everything that we've talked about. The fight hasn't started yet. Taytown Hawk, I saw $50 in the cheap seats upstairs, $35 to $8,000 on the floor, according to SeatGeek. So, neither man has come out. Hopefully Tyson is clothed. Numbskull News, Tyson trying to find his butt cover. If you missed it, earlier in the broadcast, Tyson was interviewed in the locker room. He turned around after the interview and the camera showed his naked butt. This was not a split decision. I believe Katie Taylor won on all three judges 96-95 or 95-94. I believe that's what I read. Field goal Washington 17-13. Okay, here we go. I think we're about the no. Rosie Perez, Roy Jones Jr. Katie won unanimously. Yeah. All by 1 point. They're showing out all the knockouts that Jake Paul has throughout his career. One loss. He's knocked out some pretty credible dudes. 58-year-old Mike Tyson. I don't like Mike Tyson's chances. I'm in the minority here. We've done a couple polls. It's about 70%. The people believe that Tyson is going to win. I'm one of the 30%. Is one brother a lot taller than the other? It looks like one guy is like about 4 inches taller than the other. They're showing Tyson's highlights from all his knockouts. Pinklin Thomas. I remember that one. Pinklin Thomas went down. They've already showed the Trevor Berbick knockout by Mike Tyson. Again, though, and I say this, yeah, he crushed Michael Spinks. Crushed him. Tony Tubbs. I forgot about him. Michael Spinks. This was, I watched this at my uncle's Gene's house. The whole family did. It was over so quick. Yeah, Uncle Gene Roney. Uncle Gene Roney. Yeah, Tyson beat an old Larry Holmes. Yeah, they just showed that, Steve. They just showed Buster Douglas beating Tyson in Japan. And again, anytime Tyson was losing a fight or got knocked down in a fight or losing a fight, he never could turn it around. He never won a fight which he was losing. So if he gets down quick here in this fight, I don't know if a 58-year-old Tyson Yeah, Buster lost to Evander Holyfield. And then basically retired. Larry Holmes, that's exactly what happened. Kept hitting Ali, and Ali could not defend himself. He could not hit Holmes. Ali was completely done. Larry Holmes, Larry Holmes won the world championship against Ken Norton. And that was a 15-round gruesome fight. Both guys were completely exhausted. Then, when Holmes lost it, he lost the championship to Michael Spinks. And then they had a rematch, and Holmes lost to Michael Spinks again. I've never heard of that, Tony. Never heard of it. Bearcat Steve, not sure if anything in boxing could top Ali Frazier. We have the singing of the national anthem here. We are heading to the fourth quarter. Washington 17, UCLA 13. Gunshots were reported near a Dallas Love Field airport, with bullets striking a Southwest plane with passengers aboard. No injuries. The shooter hasn't been found, but gunshots at a Dallas Love Field airport in Texas. A plane was struck by a bullet. Wow. That is just being reported right now. National news. Father Time is undefeated, ladies and gentlemen. Father Time is undefeated. I'm very afraid for Mike Tyson. Jake Paul has KO'd or knocked down every opponent, even in the fight he lost. He is the most followed boxer in the world across social media. Advocate for fighter pay in women's boxing. First pro fight was in 2020. Can Mike Tyson, 58 years old, shock the world and be Father Time at least for one night? Okay, all right. Video, promo. They are dragging this out, ladies and gentlemen. Dragging it out. I know a lot of you can't watch it. You haven't missed anything yet. Neither fighter has walked the long walk, the lonely walk. We might be seeing something now. Hold on. Start of the fourth quarter. UCLA's got the ball. Harden running it. It's going to be about 3rd and 2 at Washington's 42-yard line. Uh-oh. Here comes Jake Paul. He's coming out in a Corvette. They're putting on a show. I don't know what you would call that car. Hydraulic, lowrider, with 12 inches of suspension. Diesel, Heavy D and the boys. He's coming out in a car. I think that's a Duali with the top cut off. Preston from Greensboro. He's coming out in the air tonight, which Tyson sang in the movie The Hangover. It's a slow car ride to the ring. His brother's sitting next to him. They're singing to the music. They're finally getting out of the car. Here comes Jake Paul. Kind of looks like an idiot. if you ask me, shaking hands with some of the fans. Now he's getting loosened up. Ryan Brooks says there's 72,000 fans. Tony, it was disappointing when Larry Holmes beat Scott Ledoux. It was really disappointing. If you can find the tape of Scott Ledoux versus Ken Norton and Scott Ledoux versus Leon Spinks. Scott Ledoux defeated Leon Spinks before Leon Spinks fought Muhammad Ali. Leon Spinks, when he beat Muhammad Ali, Leon Spinks only had 6, 7, 8 pro fights. One of those fights was a draw against Scott Ledoux, and there's nobody who was at the fight. If you watch the fight, Scott Ledoux won that fight. They robbed Scott Ledoux in that one. And then Scott Ledoux defeated Ken Norton, and I think they called that a draw as well, if I remember correctly. But if Scott Ledoux would have gotten the win over Leon Spinks, Scott Ledoux would have fought in Muhammad Ali when Muhammad Ali was losing all of his skills. And who knows what would have happened. That was the tough one, Tony. That was the tough one. Vox Quindardo, DraftKings, Tyson to get knocked down two or more times plus 150. Scott Ledoux, he's a Minnesota fighter, a heavyweight fighter. Here comes Mike Tyson. Here comes Mike Tyson. He's getting a little warmed up. He's got that black. Here he comes. There's no entourage. There's nobody around him. He's just walking to the ring. He's just walking to the ring. He looks like he's 58 years old, ladies and gentlemen. He looks like he's 58 years old. He's making $20 million tonight. I hope he can enjoy the money after this fight, to be honest with you. Mike Tyson. It looks like he's got a, he does have his shorts on. He's got something around his right knee, a little bit of a right knee. I'm not going to call it a brace. He's got something around his right knee. He's hopping around. He's feeling good. He's getting warmed up. He only needs one punch. Age don't matter. The problem is that these are 14-ounce gloves. It's hard to knock somebody out with these gloves. Not impossible, especially when you get the guy hurt. But you're probably going to need more than one punch with 14-ounce gloves. But we'll see. We'll see. Both boxers are in the ring. Thank you for joining us tonight. Double watch party, Washington, UCLA. Tyson, Paul. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. Smash the like button if you like our content. Share the video with your family and friends. If you want to donate, support the show, this YouTube channel, through a donation, hit the $ where you make a comment, and I'll get you super chat as quick as I possibly can. Lawrence Cole, David Ubukiku, whatever his name is, and somebody else are the referees. Taytown Hawk says head body, head body. Numbskull News, I can knock someone out with a pillow. What do we got here? Big play Washington. Big play Washington. Up 17-13. 10 minutes to go in the game. Washington is driving. They're in UCLA's territory, trying to, if they can get a touchdown here, they might be able to ice the game. Okay, here we go. Here we go. 8 rounds, 2-minute rounds. And now they're introducing Mike Tyson. Antoine Codes. Now my Netflix goes out. Numbskull News, 20 minutes of introduction. That's unnecessary. A content creator is not the most intimidating thing I've ever heard in an intro. Okay. I hope Mike Tyson survives this. That is my biggest hope. How does Mike look? For those who can see this, how does Mike look? How does Mike look? Honest opinion. How does Mike look? He looks old, don't he? Vox, old. Like the red circle of death. Okay, here we go. Now they're getting ready. I'm going to do the best I can. Jake Paul he's all confident. Tyson is not showing any emotion. The first round has now, the referee is still holding the two combatants back. First round has started. Both moving, both bobbing and weaving. Tyson tried to get him up against the rope. Jake Paul's moving away, and he's got Tyson in a bear hug. Jake Paul, a couple swings, couple punches he missed. Tyson, good jab. Ooh, Tyson looked pretty fast on that punch. Jake Paul trying to keep away. Tyson got him up against the rope. Tyson's got some early speed. Early hand speed. No question about it. Back to the middle of the ring. Now they're more hugging. Everybody has done this against Tyson. Punch, punch, hug. Punch, punch, hug. Get him frustrated. Get him tired. Jake Paul misses with the right. Paul has not been able to connect. A couple good jabs by Paul there. To the body, little low. Oh, he just missed Tyson. Jake Paul is staying away from Tyson. Jab. Hasn't really hit Tyson yet, though. He's scoring a little bit. Tyson cannot get close. Judge warns Tyson of a low blow. Everything's okay. Jake Paul's got the distance. Jab, jab. End of the first round. A close round, but I'm giving that to Paul. I'm giving that first round to Paul. Based upon the little bit of jabbing that he did. Tyson really didn't land. Tyson did not really land. Numbskull News is booing the scorekeeping. My Netflix froze with 33 seconds to go. These are 2-minute rounds. Picture quality stinks. The Huskies with the TD. The Huskies become bowl eligible with the win. Second round is beginning. Second round has begun. 2 men at the center of the ring. Tyson's jabs have not been close. He's just pawing it out there. No action yet. Tyson is chasing Paul. Paul doesn't want to get caught. No points scored. No points scored in the second round. Jake throws in a right hand. It glances off at Tyson. Ooh, Tyson with the left. Tyson might have connected with the left. Paul is dancing. Paul's got his hands down. Tyson really can't. He's not been able to really pull the trigger. A little bit of jab by Jake Paul. An uppercut missed. Got him with the left. Jake got him with the left. Ooh, Tyson with the body blow. And then Jake Paul ties him up. Tyson did get him with the body blow there. Tyson trying to bounce around. Trying to keep his feet working. Jake is just throwing some jabs, but not really scoring. Paul isn't really scoring all that much. Not doing much. Neither guy has done much in the second round. Somebody can steal this round. 20 seconds to go. Somebody can steal this. Either guy can steal it. Nobody has done nothing in the second round. Nothing. Nothing. Tyson cannot get close enough. Jake Paul is scoring with a couple punches, glancing off at Tyson. Greg Harold Letterman, the gold, scores another round for Jake Paul. 2 rounds for Jake Paul. But it has been glancing, no real effective punching by Jake Paul. None. But Tyson has done even less. Tyson has done even less. Fran Dumpy. Thank you, Steve. I'm guessing this fight is going to be a lot of nothing. Oh! Third round has started. We finally got some connection. They both hit each other. Tyson coming out aggressive. Oh, Jake Paul landed a couple shots there. But Tyson's not hurt. Okay, Jake Paul's scoring. There. Couple jabs. Jake is feeling more comfortable. Jab. Oh, he got him with the left. Hit Tyson in the head. Tyson's in trouble. Another shot. Oh, boy. Oh, a right cross. Didn't really hit him. Jake is getting more comfortable, so now he's starting to load up. Another shot. Tyson cannot get close enough. Can't pull the trigger. A right and a left. Not a whole lot of damage. Ooh, to the body. Tyson's going to have to get lucky. He's going to have to hit a 14-ounce glove, one shot, because he can't get anything together. 20 seconds to go, third round. Greg the Cooler will not be eating a cheeseburger live. No, this is only going to get more. Third round is about over. Tyson is beginning to look he's losing his balance easily. We're almost at the point where Jake Paul looks like he's taking it easy on him. Start of the fourth round. Jake Paul meets Tyson at the middle of the ring. No punches connected. Jake is pounding out that jab. Gets him with the little right on the top of the forehead. Tyson just can't even get anywhere close. He's just can't. There's nothing there. There's no footwork. He's off balance. Jake Paul is starting to really almost take it easy on Tyson, in my opinion. I could be wrong. Mike Tyson in his prime would have knocked Jake Paul out 30 seconds in the first round. No question about that. Tyson literally cannot throw a punch. And Jake Paul doesn't want to do damage to him. That's what this is, guys. That's what this is. Jake Paul does not want to hurt him. Jake Paul does not want to hurt him. 17 seconds to go in the fourth round. We're playing patty cake right now. It's patty cake, patty cake. Let's take 40 million one guy, 20 million the next. Don't want to screw up Tyson's life. Touchdown, Arizona. Paul is dragging it out because there's no reason for Paul to do anything but drag it out. More commercials or more viewership. His companies with Netflix partnership. He's making 40 million and probably something on top of that. Numbskull News says Paul sucks. He's not taking it easy. Who's got the fight? Who's got Tyson up by 1? Tyson hasn't even landed Here we go, the fifth round. The fifth round. I don't know who. It might have been the unofficial scoring. Who's ever doing that? Holy smokes. Tyson is dancing. Jake Paul is dancing. There's hardly any throwing. There's literally no hitting. Jake Paul hit Tyson a few times there, but just glancing. Nothing strong. Flick, 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 flick. And Tyson cannot touch Jake Paul. More of the same. More of the same. I don't know what to say, guys. It's just Tyson's not even throwing punches. He's just he did there, but he missed by a mile. I don't know if Jake can even throw a good punch. Boy, this is a terrible fight. Boy, this is bad. Jake kind of hit Mike with the right cross, sort of. Mike does have something around his right knee. So maybe he injured that right knee before. Coronation. My God, this might be the worst sporting event in history. Might be the Worst sporting event in history. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Round 6. The unofficial score guy has Paul only up by 1 point. I have no idea what that person's looking at. I mean, Paul has looked horrible. But Tyson hasn't landed more than 1 punch in any round. I mean, he hasn't thrown more than 3 punches in any round. Tyson literally is not even fighting. I mean, this is, I don't know what's going on here. I know he's 58 years old. He can't pull the trigger. And Jake Paul is just, he throws a couple punches. He scores a few. He's just paw. He doesn't want to hurt Tyson. This is brutal. Vox Quinardo, I doubt Mike can win without throwing a punch. I don't think Mike can throw a punch right now. This is the worst fight I've ever seen. It really isn't even a fight. It really isn't even a fight. It's just, it's a patty cake. The crowd is booing, as they should. It's round 7. Oh, Tyson lunged with the left. He lunged with the hook in left. There was more action when Tyson slapped Paul on the right cheek. There was more action in that. Right there, Paul could have... See, Paul isn't even... I mean, Paul is scoring. He's scoring enough to win every round. But the guy is holding back. There's no way he's not holding back. Look at that. Look at that. He's not even... He just hit Tyson with about 4 decent shots, but he's holding back on it. I mean, he's doing the right thing, ladies and gentlemen. He's doing the right thing. He's doing the right thing. One more round. Tyson looks absolutely defeated. And Jake Paul hasn't even... You don't have to apologize to me, but I will say this. Father Time is undefeated. Just because Tyson is hitting mitts in practice going, it doesn't mean anything. You can't do it at 58 years old. I mean, I know Jake Paul is going to get a lot of heat for this, but that last round, he could have hurt Tyson if he wanted to, but he doesn't want to. You got to give the guy, I give the guy, you know, he could have hurt Tyson there. He knows it. The last round, 2 minutes ago, Jake Paul's throwing some punches. Tyson cannot. Oh, Tyson threw a shot there. Nothing to follow up on. Oh boy. That could have if Jake Paul wanted to, that would have been the end of the fight. But he just held back. Tyson literally cannot throw a punch. He's absolutely paralyzed. And that is what Father Time does. It absolutely paralyzes you. End of the fight. He bows down to Tyson. They're talking, they're hugging. They both made a lot of money. And that's it. Rosie just asked by Jake why he's not teeing off on Tyson. He didn't want to hurt Tyson. He could have, anytime after the first round, Jake Paul could have hurt Tyson, but he didn't. Okay. Well, you know, if that isn't your last memory of Tyson, then the McBride fight 20 years ago, that was even worse because he was 38 years old and he couldn't do anything then either. Anyways, great fighter, Mike Tyson. Finally, his career is over. Congratulations to the two guys. Mike Tyson is now a rich man all over again, and Jake Paul is going to make so much money off this fight. It's ridiculous. And the football game is over. Washington won. The Huskies are now bowl eligible. Bowl eligible. That was worse than Geraldo digging in Al Capone's vault. How many times did Mike Tyson hit Jake Paul in that fight? Maybe 2 times, maybe 2 times. Ladies and gentlemen, the official decision. Another round of applause for these 2 main eventers. After 8 full rounds, we go to the scorecards for the official decision. Judge David sees the contest. I have no idea what that is. I don't know. 79-73. Maybe the other one was 78-72 or something. Woo! No cheeseburger. No cheeseburger. Okay, we are going to close it up for tonight. I want to thank you all for joining us. Washington has defeated UCLA. There's about 1:30 left to go, but they've got that game in hand. The boxing match wasn't really a boxing match, but we had fun. Tomorrow, Saturday, join us, PATC Watch Party. We're going to be doing Georgia and Tennessee tomorrow night, so buckle up. Brace for impact. Until next time, from all of us at College Football's Peek Around the Corner to all of you, please you all take great care of each other. Thank you so very much.